Hello and welcome to Tech with Shaping Pixel. We are bringing you free cloud certification course. This time we are bringing you Google Cloud Certified Cloud Digital Leader Exam Crash Course. This course will help you develop the knowledge and skill required to pass the Digital Leader exam. After completing this course, you will be able to answer key questions about the cloud. What is it? Are there any different types? You will also learn about the key characteristics of the cloud and the main cloud services. This crash course covers everything you need to know. A basic understanding of computers, servers, and data centers will be helpful. These foundational knowledge will ensure you get the most out of the course. Your feedback is valuable to us and future students. Please share any criticisms or suggestions. Note that course information was accurate when recorded, but products and services may update over time. The Cloud Digital Leader exam covers 6 main subject areas designed to test your knowledge and skills in using Google Cloud effectively. First, you will explore digital transformation with Google Cloud. This section focuses on how businesses can leverage cloud technology to drive innovation and efficiency. Next, you will dive into data transformation with Google Cloud, learn how to manage and analyze data to gain valuable insights and make informed decisions. Then we'll discover how to innovate using Google Cloud Artificial Intelligence. This part covers AI tools and techniques to enhance your applications and services. Following that, you will learn to modernize infrastructure and applications with Google Cloud, understanding how to update and optimize your existing systems for better performance and scalability. Security is crucial, and this section on trust and security with Google Cloud ensures you know how to protect your data and maintain system reliability. Scaling with Google Cloud Operation teaches you how to efficiently manage and scale your cloud resources to meet growing demands. So finally, a comprehensive review and practice exam will prepare you for a real test, ensuring you're ready to succeed. What is the cloud? When people mention the cloud, they're talking about cloud computing. It's a remote, virtual pool of on-demand, shared resources that can be rapidly deployed at scale. To understand cloud computing, you need to know about virtualization. Virtualization allows multiple virtual machines or VMs to run on a single server. Each VM operates independently, sharing the same hardware through a hypervisor. Virtualization offers many benefits. It allows easy resource sharing, reduces waste by utilizing unused resources, lowers operating cost by needing less hardware, and promotes green computing by consuming less power and space. Cloud services include compute, storage, database, and network. Compute resources provide processing power. Storage resources save and retrieve data. Database resources store structured data. Network resource management communication between other resources. So cloud computing is a remote virtual pool of on-demand shared resources that can be rapidly deployed at scale. It's transforming industries by providing scalable, efficient, and cost-effective solutions. Public clouds offer virtual on-demand services to the public. Vendors rent out hardware to multiple customers, providing scalable resources accessible from anywhere with internet. Maintenance, upgrades, and repairs are handled by the vendor. Customers can specify geographic regions for data storage, ensuring some control over data and requirements and latency. Private clouds are exclusive to one company, sharing resources among departments. This setup offers direct control and enhanced security. Unlike traditional data centers, private clouds use shared, scalable resources However, they require significant initial investments and ongoing maintenance. Companies can't exceed their physical resources, and unused resources still incur costs. Hybrid clouds combine public and private clouds. Companies use private cloud resources for predictable workloads and public clouds for additional needs. This model extends the private cloud's network to the public cloud. While it offers flexibility, hybrid clouds often face challenges from both models and are typically transitional solutions. So, understanding the difference between public, private, and hybrid clouds helps businesses choose the right model for their needs, balancing flexibility, control, and costs. Cloud computing offers on demand resourcing. When you need a resource, it's almost immediately available. No more waiting for hardware to be ordered, installed, and configured. Just fill out a form and click submit. With cloud services, you only pay for what you use. If a server runs for 2 hours and then shuts down, you only pay for those 2 hours. It's like your home electricity bill. Cloud computing allows rapid scaling for resources, scale up for more power, or scale out by adding instances. This flexibility lets you meet changing demands and experiment with lower costs. Public cloud vendors procure hardware cheaply due to bulk pricing. Running large data centers is more economical than each company having its own. You benefit from lower resources costs. Core cloud services are complicated across geographic zones. A disruption in one area doesn't mean downtime. If one zone fails, you can switch to another, ensuring data durability and service availability. Cloud computing offers huge flexibility and elasticity. Choose as many or as few resources as needed for as long as required. Make significant changes without worrying about waste. Multiple instances run on the same hardware, reducing physical hardware needs. These lowers power, cooling, and space requirement, resulting in cheaper cost for you. Major public cloud vendors are highly secure, often more so than private data centers. They secure the data centers while you ensure security in the cloud by using available tools and services correctly. Software as a service, or SaaS, offers ready to use applications accessible over the internet. Think of Google Gmail. You just sign in and access your email without installing anything. SaaS requires little to no setup but offers limited customization. It's perfect for users who need quick, easy access to software without worrying about maintenance or updates. Platform as a service or PaaS provides a controlled environment where developers can build and run applications. The cloud vendor manages the underlying infrastructure architecture, including hardware and operating systems. These allows developers to focus on writing code without the hassle of maintaining servers. PaaS offers more control than SaaS but requires more setup. Infrastructure as a service or IaaS offers the highest level of customization. You can configure a virtual data center with networks, firewalls, and virtual machines. While you have significant control over the environment, underlying hardware is still managed by the vendor. IaaS feels similar to a traditional on premises data center, but with some limitations on changes you can make. One of the biggest challenges for startups is the initial overhead. Partnering with a cloud vendor can eliminate the need for costly infrastructure and IT departments, allowing startups to scale effortlessly as their customer base grows. For research and development, the cloud is ideal. It allows you to build a proof of concept at a fraction of the cost, helping you predict success or failure before committing significant resources. Retailers often face seasonal spikes in demand. Instead of maintaining ideal hardware, they can leverage on-demand resources from the public cloud, which can scale to handle almost any load imaginable. The cloud's built-in resiliency makes it perfect for backup solutions. With virtually unlimited storage, data can be duplicated across multiple locations, ensuring quick recovery in case of disasters like earthquakes or hurricanes. Hosting web services in the cloud allows for rapid scaling and reduced latency. Content delivery networks or CDNs can redirect traffic to nearby servers, enhancing user experience globally. Public cloud services enable companies to spin up servers for testing and development without the need for dedicated machines, making it a cost-effective solution. Managing massive data sets is easier and cheaper in the cloud. Specialized resources provided by cloud vendors streamline analysis, allowing companies to focus on data rather than infrastructure. Public cloud computing offers a flexible, scalable, and cost-effective alternative to traditional data centers managed by vendors. It eliminates many of the responsibilities associated with on-premises infrastructure. Running your own data center involves numerous tasks: selecting a location, ensuring reliable power and internet, and planning for future growth. You also need to handle physical security, mechanical, electrical infrastructure, and hardware procurement. Public cloud providers have data centers worldwide, ensuring high speed interconnectivity and redundancy. Unlike on-premises data centers, if one cloud data center fails, another can take over seamlessly. In the public cloud, security is managed by the vendor. They adhere to stringent controls and certifications, removing the burden of physical security from the end user. Mechanical and electrical infrastructures like generators are the vendor's responsibilities in the cloud. These means users need don't need to worry about maintaining these critical systems. So cloud vendors replace physical network hardware with virtual components. Users create virtual networks, segment IP ranges, and configure routine and access control similar to physical networks but with more flexibility. Building a data center requires significant capital expenditures. The cloud, however, operates on a consumption based model, turning capital expenses into operating expenses, offering businesses greater agility and cost efficiency. Most people have experienced the power of the cloud through Google's services like Gmail or Google Docs. These products serve over a billion users thanks to Google's robust infrastructure. For startups, the cloud offers unmatched flexibility and agility. You can experiment today and pivot tomorrow without the constraints of physical hardware. This makes the cloud an ideal choice for new businesses. Established companies often struggle with outdated mission critical systems. Balancing maintenance with innovation is tough. The cloud can help by providing the speed, scale, and flexibility needed for a complete digital transformation. So today's customer demand fast, accessible, and reliable services. Slow performance or downtime can drive them to competitors. The cloud helps you meet these expectations by offering high speed, scalable, and secure solutions. Google's infrastructure sets a high standard by leveraging the same tools and infrastructure. Your business can achieve the speed, scale, and security needed to stay competitive. Embrace the cloud and transform your businesses for future. Modernizing your IT infrastructure means moving from physical systems to cloud-based virtual infrastructure. This shift offers infinite scalability, eliminating concerns about disk space, bandwidth, or physical space. You can dynamically adjust resources in real time, handle spikes in demand effortlessly, and enhance security with Google's world-class expertise. These transformation frees you to focus on your core competitive advantages. Modernizing businesses platforms enhances communication and integration through application performing programming interfaces or APIs. APIs allow seamless data exchange between systems, enabling new services and improved customer experience. With cloud-based infrastructure, integrating new software becomes easier, making your business platform more flexible and scalable. These modernizations supports robust, scalable systems that can adapt to evolving business needs. Shifting applications to the cloud can be done through lift and shift, brownfield or greenfield approaches. These transition removes legacy infrastructure limitations, allowing developers to focus on innovation. Cloud-based development tools facilitate faster, safer updates and testing. Continuous deployment and integration pipelines ensure immediate bug detection and quicker rollouts, revolutionizing your business's operations through frequent low-risk updates. Every change comes with a cost, and digital transformation is no different. Moving your business to new infrastructure requires time and effort, but the benefits can be substantial. Before diving in, conduct a basic cost definite benefit analysis. Shifting to the cloud means moving from capital expenditure to operational expenditures, which can simplify budgeting once you adopt. With the cloud, you avoid large upfront purchases, start small and scale as needed. Paying only for what you use, this flexibility can be quite freeing. Cloud resources level the playing field. Small organizations can access the same tools and technologies as large companies without sinking millions into infrastructure. So when comparing traditional hosting to the cloud, consider the total cost of ownership, TCO. TCO includes setup, maintenance, upgrades, and security, giving a complete cost picture. Physical servers come with hidden cost, space, power, cooling, security, network gear, and redundancy. Plus, you need a team to manage everything. These add up quickly. So shifting to operational expenditure requires organizational change, balancing spending and value by fostering collaboration between finance, technology, and business teams. Google Cloud Platform or GCP is a public cloud vendor. It offers a collection of virtual on-demand services for building, hosting, and delivering applications. The main advantage, you can get access to the same hardware and software that powers Google Search, Gmail, Google Calendar, and Google Docs. So with GCP, you avoid the hassle and cost of maintaining your own data centers. Resources are available on demand wherever and whenever you need them. Plus, you leverage Google's vast experience in serving applications to billions of people worldwide, ensuring reliability and scalability. So GCP offers hundreds of services, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, Internet of Things, healthcare, and gaming. The extensive list can be overwhelming, but it ensures that whatever you need, GCP has a solution ready for you. So in this course, we will explore GCP's main offerings divided into 5 categories: compute, storage, networking, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and security and operations. Google Cloud Platform offers a variety of compute services for running code. Whether you need virtual machines, containers, or serverless options, GCP has a solution for your needs. So Compute Engine is Google's main service for creating virtual machines. It supports both Linux and Windows with various predefined machine types. You can also create custom machines types for specific needs. So Google Kubernetes Engine or GKE is designed for running containers. It simplifies deploying, maintaining, and scaling containerized applications. GKE includes features for logging, monitoring, and health management. Anthos allows you to run containers across multiple cloud providers, including on-premises GCP and AWS. It provides a single command interface to control and monitor everything. The App Engine is a platform as a service offering that lets you run web and mobile applications without managing infrastructure. It automatically scales resources up and down based on traffic. Cloud Run is a serverless option for running single containers. It deploys containers as stateless auto-scaling services, making it easier to manage simple applications. Cloud Functions create small, single-purpose functions that respond to events. They are ideal for adding extra functionality without building complex applications. Let's explore the main storage services available on Google Cloud Platform or GCP. Data can be structured like names and datas or unstructured like music and photos. Structured data is easily searchable while unstructured data is more freeform. For structured data, Google Cloud Storage is ideal. It's fast, secure, and has almost unlimited capacity. Use it for web pages, log files, or as a data lake. Cloud storage offers four classes: standard for frequently accessed data, nearline for monthly access, cold line for quarterly access, and archive for annual access. All provide immediate file accesses. Cloud storage uses object storage, organizing data in buckets. For traditional file systems with hierarchical structures, use FileStore, which supports NFS compatible file shares. For structured data, GCP offers Cloud SQL for standard databases, Cloud Spanner for high performance needs, and BigQuery for analyzing large datasets. For NoSQL options, include Firestore, Firebase, and Bigtable. That covers the main storage offerings on GCP. Google Cloud Platform offers robust networking services to connect and communicate your resources. You can reroute traffic, throttle high traffic, and set policies to ensure any authorized connections are allowed. Virtual private clouds or VPCs allow you to organize and share resources. VPCs are logically isolated networks that can be divided into sub-networks. By default, incoming traffic is blocked and ongoing traffic is allowed. Firewall rules can override this behavior. To connect a VPC to an external network, you can use Cloud VPN for secure encrypted traffic over the internet. For higher security and reliability, Cloud Interconnect offers a direct dedicated connection. Direct pairing is another option coordinated with your local ISP. Google also offers load balancers to distribute traffic, Cloud Armor for defense against attacks, Cloud DNS for managing domain names, and Cloud CDN to accelerate content delivery using globally distributed caches. So group VMs into VPCs and create firewall rules. Use Cloud VPN, interconnect or pairing to connect to GCP. Load balancer distribute traffic. Cloud Armor blocks attacks. Cloud DNS manages domains, and Cloud CDN accelerates content delivery. So these are the key networking services on GCP. Let's dive into some of the most exciting services in Google Cloud Platform: artificial intelligence and machine learning. Google is a leader in this space, known for innovations like AlphaGo. Artificial intelligence or AI aims to give machines human-like intelligence. Machine learning or ML is a branch of AI focused on systems that learn from data to improve their responses over time. Google site services include the Vision API, which detects objects, faces, and text in images. The Video Intelligence API recognizes objects and actions in videos, while Document AI parses data in documents. Language services feature the Translation API, supporting over 100 languages, and Natural Language API, which performs sentiment analysis to classify messages as positive, negative, or neutral. Conversational services include text-to-speech and speech-to-text APIs. Dialogflow generates realistic dialogue, enabling the creation of chatbots and voice bots for customer support. Structured data services like recommendations, AI suggests products based on past purchases. Cloud Talent Solution helps match job seekers with suitable positions and assist companies in hiring quality candidates. So for specific needs, Google AutoML suites allow custom model training without deep ML knowledge. For more advanced custom models, Vertex AI offers extensive training and prediction services. Security services on Google Cloud Platform or GCP help protect your data by defining policies, procedures, and controls. Privacy is the goal and the security is the method. Compliance requirements often shape these policies, ensuring adherence to regulatory standards. Security Command Center provides a centralized control panel to discover vulnerabilities and detect threats. Security Manager offers centralized storage for passwords and API keys. Data loss prevention or DLP helps identify and scrub sensitive data such as credit card numbers from user records before responding to database queries. Operation services focus on monitoring and maintaining your infrastructure. The Google Cloud Operations Suite, formerly known as Stackdriver, includes several tools to streamline these tasks. Cloud logging centralizes all your logs, making them easy to search. Cloud monitoring provides metrics like CPU utilization and network traffic with alerts for issues. Cloud Debugger helps track software bugs, while Cloud Profiler and Cloud Trace identify latency issues. Cloud Deployment Manager automates resources provisioning, and Cloud Build automates building, testing, and deploying code. Apigee designs secure APIs, and Cloud Composer manages workflows across clouds and data centers. Google Compute Engine is the Swiss Army knife of cloud computing. It allows you to provision and use virtual machines on Google Cloud Platform, offering unparalleled flexibility and control. With Compute Engine, you can create a wide array of servers, each configured exactly as you need. Choose your hardware operating system and install any applications. It offers pre-configured machine types and even allows custom configurations. There are general purpose machines for hosting websites, compute optimized machines for performance intensive tasks, memory optimized machines for large databases, and accelerator optimized machines with powerful GPUs for graphical rendering or machine learning. If none fit, create your own custom machine type. Compute Engine can save you money. You only pay for what you use, allowing you to scale up or down based on your needs. There are sustained use and committed use discounts, and spot VMs offer significant savings from fault tolerance workloads. Compute Engine may require more manual work, but it provides unmatched flexibility and cost savings. It's a great first step for anyone consider moving to the cloud. To create a virtual machine using Google Compute Engine, log into the Google Cloud Platform console, navigate to the Compute Engine and click Create Instance. You can create a VM from scratch, a template, or a machine image. Fill out the form, including naming your instances and selecting a region and zone. Customize your VM by choosing a machine configuration. Options include general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, and GPU machines. Select the series and type to determine the number of virtual CPUs and memory. Adjust the boot disk settings to choose an operating system and disk space. You can also configure identity and API management permissions. Once your VM is running, you can manage it from the Compute Engine page. Click on the instance name to view details and make minor edits. Use the More Actions tab to reboot, stop, start, suspend, or resume your VM. Google provides detailed logs for all instances activities. Monitoring your VM is crucial. Google Cloud offers basic metrics like CPU utilization and network traffic. For advanced metrics, install the ops agent. To customize your VM networking, expand the advanced options section. Here you can select the virtual, private cloud or VPC and subnet for your instance. Choose between dynamic or static internal IPs. For external IPs, option include dynamic, static or none, which enhances security but limits internet access. In the disk section, you can add and attach additional drivers to your VM. The security section offers various options to enhance security. To use your own security cell or SSH keys, generate a private and public key pair, then paste your public key into the provided field. These allows multiple machine connections. Under management, you can handle committed use discounts. Google will automatically apply your new VM to your commitment, but you can manually select or opt out. Additionally, consider using spot instances for cost savings. These are cheaper but less reliable, suitable for specific workloads that can tolerate interruptions. For command line creation, click to get the exact command with the Cloud Software Development Kit or SDK installed. Paste the command into your terminal to replicate your settings. Alternatively, use Cloud Shell if the SDK isn't installed locally. This is useful for creating multiple VMs efficiently. Creating virtual machines or VMs manually is fine for few instances, but for hundreds, templates are key. Start by selecting Create Instance Template, fill out the form with your VM settings and save it. These templates can be reused to create multiple VMs without re-entering the same information. Once the template is ready, creating a VM is simple. Select your template, specify a name for your new VM instance, and click Create. This loads all saved settings from the template, allowing you to override any if needed. Your VM is now ready, saving your time and effort. Machine images can take templates a step further. They not only save settings but also capture the exact disk contents of a VM. To create a machine image, select a running VM, click on the More Options menu and choose the Create New Machine Image. Name it and click Save or Create. To use a machine image, create a new instance and select Create from Image Machine Image. Choose your image, set a name and click Create. This method replicates the entire VM including installed software, make it perfect for creating multiple identical VMs efficiently. So before creating virtual machine instances on Google Cloud Platform or GCP, it's crucial to understand quotas. Quotas prevent excessive resource consumption and cap spendings, ensuring you don't end up with an outrageous bill. To view your quotas, log into your GCP console, search for quotas and click All Quotas. This page displays quotas for various services like Compute Engine and API Gateway. You can filter to see quotas for specific services. For example, filter by Compute Engine to see related quotas. Here you might find you are limited to 175 subnetworks using only 20%. This helps you quickly identify if you are nearing any quota limits. If you need to exceed a quota, request a change. Filter for the quota like the number of virtual machines instances per region. Select the quota, click Edit Quotas and specify new limit and justification. After providing your contact details, submit the request. Google will review it and you might wait a day or two for a response. Now you know how to manage and request changes for your GCP quotas. You have probably heard terms like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning, but what do they actually mean? Let's break down these concepts and understand how they relate to each other. Artificial intelligence or AI aims to create intelligent machines that can solve complex problems independently. Think of characters like C3PO from Star Wars. However, achieving true AI is still a mystery due to its immense complexity. Machine learning or ML is a subset of AI. It focuses on developing algorithms that allow machines to learn and improve over time. While AI aims for intelligent machines, ML is about making current machines smarter. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. It uses neural networks that mimic the human brain with multiple layers of nodes to handle complex tasks. Essentially, deep learning adds more layers to neural networks for greater problem solving capabilities. So in summary, AI is the ultimate goal for creating intelligent machines. Machine learning is a step forward that goals. The deep learning is an advanced method within ML. Now when you hear these terms, you will know what they mean. Supervised learning is like learning by example. Think of how you learned to identify animals as a child. You saw labeled examples like pictures of dogs and cats. Similarly, algorithms are trained with labeled data to recognize patterns. These approaches great for classification and regression problems like identifying emails as spam or predicting house prices. Unsupervised learning doesn't need labeled data. Imagine discovering your favorite foods without anyone telling you what to like. Algorithms find patterns on their own, grouping similar items together. This method is useful for clustering and association problems like organizing photos or recommending products based on past behavior, such as Amazon's product suggestions. Semi-supervised learning combines both supervised and unsupervised methods. You provide a small labeled dataset, but most data remains unlabeled. This approach is useful when you need some guidance but lack the resources to label everything. Reinforcement, reinforcement learning teaches algorithms to make decisions through trial and error. Think of finding the best travel route. The algorithm tries different options, calculating cost, and picks the optimal solution. This method is ideal for complex decision making tasks like optimizing travel plans or game strategies. The machine learning works through the pattern recognition. By feeding lots of data into system, it identifies patterns and creates a mathematical model. This model helps make decisions or classify new data. To create a model, you need an input dataset and an algorithm. Datasets can be numbers, media, or anything else. Algorithms converts data into mathematical representation, producing a model. New data is then fed into the model to get results. Inputs are called features. A model can have one or more features. For example, a model identifying dog pictures might have one feature, while a car value prediction model could have multiple features. Outputs are called labels. Models need the right data and algorithms. Too little data causes underfitting, where patterns aren't identified. Too much training causes overfitting, making the model too specialized. Balancing these is crucial for accuracy. Machine learning models make predictions, not certainties. For instance, a model might say it's 87% sure an image is a dog. Accuracy depends on the quality of the data and training. Evaluation metrics like loss, accuracy, precision, and recall help measure the model's performance. These metrics guide improvements and ensure the model remains useful over time. Assess phase. Migrating a production database to Google Cloud starts with the assess phase. Document your existing system thoroughly. List all databases, applications, dependents, and dependencies. Understand your current cost and performance requirements. This phase ensures you know what can potentially break and helps you make informed decisions. Plan phase. Choose the right database and tools for your migration. Consider features, ease of use, scalability, and pricing. Build prototypes if needed. Decide whether a simple lift and shift will work or if you need more advanced solution like database migration service or cloud storage. In the deploy phase, execute your migration plan. For large or frequently updated databases, use tools like Database Migration Service or Google Transfer Plans. For unsupported databases, consider cloud storage or cloud interconnect. Ensure your data is securely transferred and that your new system meets all requirements. Finally, the optimize phase. After migrating, monitor your system's performance, make necessary adjustments to improve efficiency and reliability. Use tools like Cloud Data Fusion for complex data transformations and Cloud Composer for building and managing workflows. Continuous optimization ensures your database runs smoothly on Google Cloud. To successfully migrate your database, start by mapping out your final solution in detail. These includes both the end state and all required steps. Use your list of dependencies to determine what needs to change and in what order. Building prototypes or proof of concepts can be very useful. If unsure where to begin, try migrating a test database. Document each step as you go. These helps in choosing the best options among multiple choices. A migration involves many complex manual steps can be risky. Using the right tools and scripts ensure each step is completed correctly and in the proper order, reducing the risk of errors. Prototypes won't reveal everything. So replicating a simple database might take minutes, but a production database could take weeks. Include realistic time estimates and considered costs. Use tools like Google Pricing Calculator for accurate prediction. Every migration plan should have a methodology and a fallback plan. The methodology outlines how to accomplish the migration, while the fallback plan specifies what to do if the migration fails. So decide if your migration will be one time or continuous. One time migrations are simpler but require downtime. Continuous migrations are more complex but allow for near zero downtime. Choose based on your database size, modification frequency, and downtime tolerance. The third migration phase is all about performing the actual deployment. These include setting up infrastructure, provisioning your database, and migrating your data. Let's break down the key steps. Setting up infrastructure. First, set up your infrastructure, provision your database, and ensure everything is ready for data migration. These foundational step is crucial for a smooth transition. Automation can simply your deployment. Use the Google Cloud SDK to develop custom scripts, provision resources with Terraform or Kubernetes templates, and integrate everything using Cloud Run or Cloud Functions. Schema conversion can be tricky. Utilize tools like Dataflow, Cloud Data Fusion, and Cloud Composer to manage this process. Remember, updating your data means updating your queries too. Your migration should follow these steps. Copy existing records, test and fix issues, migrate clients' connections, and finally retire the old database if needed. Each step ensures a seamless transition. For live migrations, pause updates to the original database and let the new one catch up. Take a snapshot or backup before making changes, then direct clients to the new environment. After migration, optimization is key. Start by accessing your system's health, track error messages, their frequency, and query speeds. Ensure you have a quick way to diagnose issues. If not, build it. Logs alone aren't enough. Use cloud logging and Logs Explorer to search logs effectively. Be proactive with cloud monitoring to send alerts for demand spikes or slow queries. These helps in anticipating and resolving issues swiftly. Once you can measure and monitor everything, look for improvements, rewrite slow queries, generate missing indexes, or convert read-write transactions to read-only, identify and evaluate areas for enhancement. If you have a large monolithic database, consider breaking it up. This simplifies maintenance and future deployments, allowing data storage in the most appropriate format. Review options for availability and scalability. Google Cloud helps manage demand spikes and local outages. Test your system's resilience to ensure it meets your needs. Look for ways to lower cost. Small changes can significantly impact your monthly bill. Consider Google Managed Services for lower administrative cost, better high availability and scalability options. Welcome to the Identity Resource Cost. Learn how to use cloud billing reports to monitor and optimize your Google Cloud Platform or GCP cost. Let's dive into the key features. From your dashboard, navigate to Billing under Home. This takes you to the billing page where you can view detailed billing reports and download cost tables for specific invoice months. The cost breakdown section shows your base usage cost, including credits, adjustments, and taxes. You can view costs by month, helping you understand how your spending and evolves over time. Committed use discounts offer savings on long-term usage. On the committed use discount page, you can review and purchase these discounts categorized by commitment type. Create budgets and alerts to manage your spending. Set a budget like $500 per month and receive alerts when you approach or exceed these limits, ensuring you stay within your financial goals. Billing export sends your billing data to a BigQuery datasets for external processing. View SQAs to see how much Google's service is billed, such as $0.19 per gigabytes for Cloud SQL. So to identify resource cost, use the billing page to access reports, cost tables, and overviews, track your spending on GCP resources, and optimize your cloud cost effectively. Now let's explore how you can leverage usage reports to identify resource utilization in your environment. Tracking utilization levels is crucial for optimizing your compute engine resources. To track usage, export detailed reports of your compute engine resources to the Google Cloud Storage bucket. These reports include data on virtual machines, disk space, and more. Two types of reports are delivered: daily usage reports and a monthly rollout report. Daily reports provide data from the previous day, while the monthly report is updated daily, offering a rolling log of usage. Enable usage export via the console, G-Cloud Compute or API. Specify the Google Cloud Storage bucket and a report prefix for easy identification. For example, use project 1973/report or project 1973. Once enabled, download your reports from cloud storage. Daily reports include details on virtual machines, persistent disks, images, snapshots, static IP addresses, and load balancers, helping you track resource utilization effectively. Preemptible virtual machines or VMs offer a cost-effective way to run workloads on Google Cloud. These VMs are significantly cheaper than regular instances but come with a catch. Preemptible VMs can be stopped at any time if Google Cloud needs the resources. They utilize excess compute engine capacity, making them an affordable option for certain tasks. So what are they good for? Preemptible VMs are ideal for batch processing with fault tolerance applications. Even if some instances are stopped, the processing can continue, albeit more slowly, saving cost. However, there are limitations. Preemptible VMs will always stop after 24 hours. They may not be available if excess capacity is low. You can't migrate them to regular instances or set them to restart automatically. Plus, they aren't covered by any service level agreements or SLAs. While preemptible VMs can save money, it's crucial to consider their limitations and ensure your applications can handle the potential downtime. Use them wisely to maximize cost efficiency. To minimize preemption of your Google Compute Engine preemptible instances, consider using smaller machine types and running larger clusters during off-peak times. Designing your applications to be fault and preemption tolerant can also help mitigate the impact of preemptions. Smaller machine types are less likely to be preempted. For instance, instances with fewer than 32 cores have historically lower preemption rates. This is because it's easier for compute engine to allocate the necessary compute capacity for smaller instances. Running larger preemptible VM clusters during off-peak hours can also reduce preemption. During these times, there is typically more access capacity available, making it less likely for your instances to be preempted. Since preemptions can happen at random times, ensure your applications are configured to be fault and preemption tolerant. This way, the impact of preemptions on your applications is minimized and they can continue running smoothly. Using shutdown scripts can also help manage preemptions effectively. These scripts ensure that jobs impacted by preemptions can resume from where they left off rather than starting over, thereby saving time and resources. Welcome to Committed Use Discounts. Today we will explore what committed use discounts are, their restrictions, pricing, and commitment types. Committed use discounts offer significant savings on compute engine resources when you commit to 1 or 3 years. Google provides deep discounts on virtual machine use costs. You can save up to 57% on most machine types and GPUs and up to 70% on memory optimized machines. Note F1 Micro and G1 Small shared core machines are excluded. Once purchased, you are billed monthly for the committed resources, whether you use them or not. These applies to both 1 year and 3 year contracts. Purchase discounts only for resources you expect to use. If you use more, you pay the regular rate for the access. If you use less, you still pay for the committed amounts. Enable discount sharing to pool discounts across multiple projects, reducing administrative overhead and minimizing cost. Committed use discounts can optimize your cloud spending. Join us next time to explore different commitment types. To optimize your resource usage and minimize cost, you can purchase committed use discounts for various resources. Let's break down the different types of commitments available. There are several types of commitments: general purpose E2, N2, N2D, and N1 commitments, as well as compute optimized and memory optimized commitments. Each type offers specific discounts on virtual CPUs, memory, and more. E2 commitments offer discounts on virtual CPUs and memory for all E2 machine types. N2 commitments extend to virtual CPUs, memory, and local SSDs and are also applicable to sole tenant nodes. N2D and N1 commitments cover similar resources, with N1 also including some GPUs. Compute optimized commitments apply to compute optimized machine types, offering discounts on virtual CPUs and memory. Memory optimized commitments provide discounts for memory optimized machine types for GPUs and local SSDs. You must reserve these resources when purchasing the commitments. Welcome to TCO considerations. Let's explore how you can get more done with Google Cloud Platform or GCP while reducing your total cost of ownership. So when you migrate workloads to GCP, there are many ways to save. GCP's right sizing capabilities and sustained use discounts can save an average 35% on compute workloads and 21% on online storage workloads compared to other providers. The pay-as-you-go model offered by GCP allows you to deploy resources as you need them with no upfront cost. TCO is reduced because you aren't paying for resources you don't need. Other pricing features of GCP, like sustained use discounts, offers up to a 30% discount on certain workloads. Additionally, per second billing provides more ways to minimize cost. You can further reduce your total cost of ownership by leveraging custom machine types. These allow you to configure many variety of CPU and memory combinations, potentially saving onwards of 48% versus fixed machine types. So to calculate the cost of moving your workloads to GCP, use the Google Cloud Pricing Calculator. GCP offers many ways to reduce cost when migrating workloads. Explore these offerings to determine which ones are right for you. When optimizing resource cost in Google Cloud, network pricing is crucial but often overlooked. Understanding these costs can help you avoid unnecessary expenses and optimize your cloud architecture. Egress traffic or data leaving your network incur costs. For example, VM to VM egress traffic within the same region cost 0.01 per dollar per gigabyte. Between regions in Europe, it's 0.02 per gigabyte, and in Asia, it's 0.05 per gigabyte. Internet egress rates can be as high as 0.23 per gigabyte in US Central 1. External IP addresses also come with cost. Both static and ephemeral external IPs incur charges. Unassigned static IPs are even more expensive. However, static IPs assigned to forwarding rules are free of charge. Network telemetry such as logging incur additional cost. Charges apply for VPC, flow logs, firewall rules logging, and cloud NAT logging. These costs can add up, so it's essential to monitor them closely. Packet mirroring also has associated cost. For instance, ingress data processed by load balancers for packet mirroring is charged at 0.0008 per gigabyte in US Central 1. So by understanding and monitoring these network costs, you can design efficient and cost-effective solution on Google Cloud Platform. Always keep network pricing in mind to optimize your expenses. If you're diving into cloud development, understanding APIs or application programming interfaces is crucial. APIs are the backbone of cloud platforms, enabling you to access computing, networking, and storage resources effortlessly. Every console click and terminal command in Google Cloud Platform or GCP triggers API calls. As you build your more complex applications, you will not only consume APIs but also produce your own, especially in microservices architectures. Creating an API can be straightforward. For instance, using GCP's cloud functions, you can deploy a simple Node.js React API to add two numbers. Just paste your code, deploy, and verify using the URL command line tool. The real challenge lies in maintaining and updating APIs. Once others start using your API, changes require careful planning and orchestration. Documentation, user communication, and troubleshooting become essential. Security is paramount. Deciding whether your API should be open or restricted. Implement unique keys to manage access and prevent misuse. Plan for future changes, ensure background compatibility, and notifying developers about updates. Google acquired Apigee in 2016 to simplify API lifecycle management. Apigee helps companies continuously improve APIs while maintaining a stable interface for apps and services. It includes testing tools and usage analytics. Apigee works by fronting services with an API proxy layer. This abstraction layer handles calls to backend APIs, allowing changes without breaking functionality. You can add features, swap databases, or migrate regions seamlessly. API proxies enable additional logic through policies. These can be applied without changing API code, adding authentication, data conversion, or conditional logic. These allows non-programmers to manage administrative tasks, freeing developers for core development. Apigee comes in three versions. Apigee Edge is the legacy product. Apigee X is the SaaS version on the Google Cloud Platform, replacing Apigee Edge for the public cloud. Apigee Hybrid allows on-premises or other cloud installations, replacing Apigee Edge for private cloud. So choose Apigee X for Google hosted solutions, opt for Apigee Hybrid for on-premises or other cloud needs. Apigee Edge is outdated unless already in use. Before using Apigee X, you need to set up the environment. Let's provision an evaluation organization using the web console. First, log into the Google Cloud Platform web console, search for Apigee, and open it in a new tab. This helps you easily return to the Google console. On your first visit, you will see a warning about no detection subscription. Apigee offers a free trial for 60 days. Click Start Trial and choose a Google project. I recommend creating a new project for Apigee. After starting the trial, follow the 4 steps. First, enable Google APIs. This takes a few minutes. Next, set up networking by selecting a virtual private cloud or VPC. Choose your default network or set up a custom one. The third step creates the Apigee organization. Choose regions for analytics and runtime. Finally, configure access routing. Decide between public internet access or internal load balancer. Note that external load balancer incur costs. If you choose an external load balancer, configure DNS and SSL certificates. Google can handle SSL if you use wildcard DNS. Click Set Access to complete. Verify everything by connecting to the default Hello World API. Your organization is now ready. Start creating proxies for your APIs in the Apigee console. Once you have provisioned an Apigee environment, you can start working with API proxies. Let's explore how to map a public URL to a backend service, add policies, and enable authentication. First, create an API proxy, open the Apigee console, click on API proxies, and then create new. Choose reverse proxy, name your proxy, set a path, and enter the target URL for your existing API. Review your selections and click create. To add policies, go to the develop tab. You can modify the pre-flow and post-flow of both the proxy and target endpoints. Add steps like traffic management, security, or data mediation. For example, convert JSON R to XML by adding a JSON to XML policy. To enable authentication, recreate your API proxy and select Require an API key under Common Policies. These ensures that anyone calling the API must include a valid key. The Apigee console will automatically add policies to check for and remove the key before forwarding the request. So generate API keys by creating an API product and registering a developer. Bundle multiple APIs into a single product, then create an app for the developer, granting access to the product. The system will generate an API key which you can use in your requests. So security is crucial when using cloud services. With organizations increasingly relying on cloud storage, sensitive data becomes a prime target for cyber attacks. Google Cloud Platform offers powerful encryption tools to protect your data. Data at rest refers to stored information not being transmitted or processed. Encrypting data at rest like files in the cloud storage ensure that even if attackers access your data, they can't understand it. These adds a second layer of defense, making unauthorized access futile. Data in flight is information being transmitted, such as uploading files or sending emails. Encrypting data in flight protects against eavesdropping and interception. This is critical, especially over public networks, to prevent unauthorized access and modifications of sensitive information. Data in use is information currently being processed. Confidential computing ensures that even when data is being processed, it remains encrypted. Google offers confidential VMs and services to keep your data secure during processing, preventing breaches even if the server is compromised. Encryption is essential for modern cybersecurity, securing data whether stored, transmitted, or processed. Encryption methods vary in complexity and security. Most require a key generator by a pseudo-random algorithm to scramble plain text into ciphertext. Without the correct key, decryption is nearly impossible. Symmetric encryption uses the same key for both encryption and decryption. This method is straightforward but requires secure key sharing between parties. If the key is compromised, so is the data. Asymmetric encryption uses two keys, one of the encryption and one for the decryption. This method is more flexible and secure, allowing different keys for reading and writing data. It's ideal for secure communication with unknown parties. Imagine sending an encrypted email. With symmetric encryption, you generate and share one key. With asymmetric encryption, you generate two keys and share only the decryption key. These ensure secure one-way communication. Keys can also create digital signatures to verify data authenticity. For example, a digital signature can confirm that an application is genuinely from Google. Asymmetric keys are used with a private key for signing and a public key for verification. Generating and managing encryption keys can be complex and burdensome. Google's Cloud Key Management Service, or Cloud KMS, simplifies this process by allowing you to create and manage encryption keys effortlessly. Cloud KMS supports both symmetric and asymmetric keys, stores them centrally, and performs encryption and decryption via an API. It also offers key rotation, replacing older keys with newer, more secure ones. Google Cloud Services automatically encrypt customer data at rest without any action required. Keys are generated, stored, and rotated by Cloud KMS at no extra charge, ensuring your data remains secure. Customer managed encryption keys for greater control. Cloud KMS supports custom managed encryption keys, or CMEK. These allows you to manually disable keys, generate your own, and compile with specific requirements. Note that CMEK incur additional cost per key version. Customer supplied encryption keys, or CSEK, are generated and managed by you. Google never stores these keys, providing an extra layer of security. For higher security, Cloud HSM uses dedicated physical hardware for cryptographic operations, offering tamper-resistant and high-performance encryption and decryption. Cloud KMS offers flexibility and control, making encryption management easier and more secure, tailored to your needs. Now let's explore the basics of identity and access management, or IAM, in Google Cloud. Let's discuss best practices for applying IAM to your Google Cloud Platform projects. So security is crucial. Not every employee should have the same access to resources. For instance, system administrators might create and delete virtual machines while developers use existing ones. Each role needs different permissions. Google Cloud IAM is a managed service that enforces security for your Google Cloud Platform resources. It offers a single dashboard to view identities and access levels, providing a consistent interface across services like Compute Engine, App Engine, and Cloud Storage. Google Cloud resources are organized hierarchically. Policies applied at a higher level, like the organization, propagate down to folders, projects, and resources. These allows for company-wide protections while offering flexibility to apply policies at specific levels. IAM is built around the principles of least privilege. This means limiting permissions to the minimum necessary for each user or application. By using Cloud IAM, you ensure only authorized users access your resources, enhancing platform security. Let's explore what a service account is and how to use them in a Google Cloud Platform project. A service account is similar to user account, but it is used by computers to control access to GCP resources. For example, software writing a file to cloud storage needs a service account. So while both control access, user accounts are for people and service accounts are for software. Service accounts do not use real email addresses or passwords. Instead, they use RSA key pairs. They are managed similarly to user accounts. Service accounts are essential for scenarios where virtual machines or containers need to access other GCP resources. They authenticate and authorize software to call APIs or pull data from databases. By creating and assigning service accounts, you can prevent unauthorized programs from accessing GCP resources. These also helps keep different environments separate, ensuring test systems do not connect to production systems. Understanding and using service accounts effectively can greatly enhance the security and efficiency of your project. In a production environment, numerous users, applications, and resources interact constantly. When something goes wrong, like a deleted virtual machines or denied access, detailed logs are essential to figure out what happened. Google Cloud Platform maintains audit logs that records all activity and access to your resources. These logs answer crucial questions: which resource was accessed, who accessed it, what action was attempted, when did it occur. Google Cloud's audit logs are divided into four main categories: admin activity, data access, system event, and policy denied. Each category helps you track different types of actions and events within your system. Admin activity logs record attempts to create, delete, or modify resources, like provisioning a new Cloud SQL database. Data access logs track reading or writing data to resources, such as accessing a Cloud SQL database. System event logs capture Google initiated actions that modify resources configurations, helping identify issues in your system or Google's. Policy denied logs record every denied access attempt, aiding in investigation suspicious activity and potential issues. To understand site reliability engineering, or SRE, we need to look at its history. Traditionally, developers wrote software while operators deployed and maintained it. These separations often lead to conflicts due to differing priorities. Developers focused on agility, operators on stability. DevOps emerged to bridge this gap, promoting collaboration between developments and operations. It has five main goals: reduce organizational silos, accept failure as normal, implement gradual changes, leverage tooling and automation, and measure everything. These principles aim to enhance overall company growth. Site reliability engineering evolved at Google and aligns closely with DevOps principles. However, SRE offers a more prospective approach. Think of DevOps as a philosophy and SRE as its specific implementation. Understanding SRE is crucial for implementing DevOps practices on platforms like Google Cloud. SRE practices include creating the site reliability engineering role, holding blameless postmortems, defining and enforcing an error budget, reducing toil, and tracking service level metrics. These practices ensures a balanced focus on both growth and stability, making SRE a robust framework for modern software operations. Site reliability engineering, or SRD, is a unique role that blends software development and operations. Unlike DevOps, which is a company-wide culture, SRE is a specific job role. A site reliability engineer is essentially a software engineer tasked with designing an operation team. They split their time between operations tasks like monitoring and development tasks like building new features. SREs view operations as a software problem, using engineering approach to solve issues. They build tools for developers to compile, test, and deploy code, ensuring shared responsibility for maintaining production. When an incident occurs, the incident commander, or IC, directs the response. The IC assigns an operations lead, or OL, to resolve the issue, and a communications lead, or CL, to keep everyone informed. SREs are proactive, involved in the development process for design to deployment. They establish best practices, build management tools, and ensure service stability. They also help transition users when services are deprecated, reducing organization silos by involving both SREs and developers in each other's work. Failures are inevitable in any system. Instead of fearing them, we should see them as opportunities to learn and grow. This is where blameless postmortems come in. Blameless postmortems are crucial in site engineering, reliability engineering. They help us understand failures without pointing fingers. By focusing on the incident, not the individuals, we foster a culture of openness and continuous improvement. A postmortem involves recapping and analyzing a significant service failure. It's an open forum where everyone can ask questions and share experiences. The goal is to identify contribution factors and create action items to prevent future failures. When conducting a postmortem, ask when did the incident begin and end? How were we notified? Who responded and how? What was affected? What contributed to the failure? How can we avoid similar issues? What went right, wrong, and where did we get lucky? Blameless postmortems encourage honest communication and learning. By acknowledge the mistakes happen and ensure your team learns from them, minimizing future risks. Toil in DevOps refers to manual, repetitive tasks tied to running a production service. It's not just boring work, it's labor intensive and devoid of long term value. Examples include resetting passwords, responding to alerts, and rolling out patches. Toil increases linearly with service growth, leading to potential burnout. Common examples of toil include restarting servers, copying and pasting commands from a playbook, and manually monitoring systems. These tasks are repetitive and can often be automated. The goal is to minimize these tasks to free up resources for more valuable work. Too much toil can lead to career stagnation, boredom, and burnout. As the service grows, the amount of toil can become overwhelming, consuming an entire team's time and energy. This makes it crucial to address and reduce toil effectively. The site reliability engineering discipline aims to reduce toil through automation. These includes creating scheduled jobs, automated monitoring tools, and continuous integration and deployment pipelines. While not every task is worth automating repetitive tasks frees up resources for future development efforts, enhancing overall productivity. An error budget is a tool used to balance innovation and reliability. It allocates a certain amount of acceptable errors or downtime for a service. As long as the service stays within this budget, it is considered reliable. High stability can stifle innovation and increase cost, while high rates of change can lead to more failures. The key is to find the right balance. This balance is not just technical but also a business decision. Determining the right reliability target involves understanding how much failure your service can tolerate before it impacts users negatively. This requires input from your product team, considering user behavior, business needs, and the product roadmap. As failures occur, they consume the error budget, downtime, and performance. Drops are subtracted from the budget. The longer the service is down or degraded, the more budget is used, prompting a shift in focus to reliability improvements. When the error budget shrinks, resources should shift from new features to stability. If the budget is depleted, all efforts should focus on restoring service. Once stability is regained, resources can return to new development. Service level objectives or SLOs are crucial in DevOps. They define the goals your business aims to meet and defend, ensuring your services perform reliably. SLOs are directly tied to your error budget, representing the percentage of time your service should be up. For instance, an error budget of 2% implies an SLO of 98%. SLOs provide a clear signal of service performance. Without defined limits, you can't gauge if your error rate is problematic or prioritize improvements effectively. Typical SLOs include availability, response time, and latency. For example, you might require 99% of web server responses to be non 500 errors or 95% of homepage requests to be served in under 200 milliseconds. SLOs should be attained, measurable, and meaningful. They need to represent the lowest acceptable reliability level, ensuring happy users. Missing an SLO can lead to serious consequences like damaged reputations or revenue loss. Service level objectives or SLOs and service level indicators or SLIs are crucial for understanding system performance. SLOs set the target for system performance while SLIs measure how well the system meets these targets. SLIs are metrics tracked over time, reported as percentages from 0 to 100%. To calculate an SLI, divide the total number of good events by the total number of events, then multiply by 100. For example, if your SLO requires 95% of homepage requests to be served in under 200 milliseconds, an SLI of 94% indicates underperformance. SLIs help identify which services are performing well and which need attention. They also indicate the severity of any issues. Monitoring tools are typically used to track SLIs, focusing on customer experience. Focus on four key metrics: latency, traffic, errors, and saturation. Latency measures request fulfillment speed, traffic gauges system demand, errors track failure rates, and saturation shows how full your service is. Common SLIs include availability, quality, and latency for serving systems, and durability throughout, and latency for storage systems. Setting the right SLOs and tracking the right SLIs paves the way for success. Service level agreements or SLAs and service level objectives or SLOs are crucial for maintaining customer satisfaction and internal performance. Understanding their differences and how to set them effectively is key. An SLA is a formal contract between a service provider and its customers. It outlines an expected level of service and the consequences of failing to meet these expectations, such as credits or refunds. An SLO is an internal objective used within a team to ensure service quality. Unlike SLA, SLOs are stricter and help team identify and address issues before they impact customers. While both SLA and SLOs are performing metrics, SLAs are customer facing and involve compensation for breaches. SLOs are internal and stricter, allowing teams to resolve issues early. Ideally, your SLOs should be higher than your SLAs. Setting SLAs too high increase the risk of violations, while setting them too low can erode customer trust. Track your service level indicators (RSLIs) to define realistic SLOs and SLAs. Balance is crucial for optimal performance and customer satisfaction. Google BigQuery is a serverless, highly scalable data warehouse designed for large-scale analysis of historical data. It stores information from various sources like sales, figures, and website clicks, helps businesses identify trends over time. BigQuery offers massive scalability, holding petabytes of data and automatically scaling to any workload. It reduces operational overhead by being fully managed, requiring no server maintenance. It's user-friendly for those familiar with structured query language or SQL and offer cost-effective pricing models, including on-demand and capacity pricing. For multi-cloud strategies, Google offers BigQuery Omni. This service allows analytics on data stored outside Google Cloud Platform by deploying compute clusters to Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure. It provides a unified interface, reducing vendor lock-in and data transfer hassles. Google Looker is a business intelligence and data visualization platform. It enables users to explore, analyze, and communicate data insights through interactive dashboards and reports using a simple drag and drop interface for creating charts and graphs. Combining BigQuery and Looker allows businesses to gain real-time insights from massive datasets, make informed decisions, and facilitate data exploration. These integration improves collaboration, transparency, and streamlines workflows driven data driven decision making across organizations. Google Data Flow is a service for building and executing data pipelines. It processes both streaming and batch data, simplifying development and management. Fully managed, it requires no server provisioning and can automatically scale to meet processing needs. These ensures efficient resource utilization and helps avoid overspending, making it ideal for handling demanding workloads. Google Pub Sub is a reliable, managed messaging service for real-time communication between applications and services. It follows the publish subscribe pattern where publishers send messages to topics and subscribers receive them. These decoupled communication style allows for modular workflows, enabling different applications to work together seamlessly. Pub Sub is highly scalable and ensures reliable message delivery, even during peak traffic. So both Dataflow and Pub Sub excel in processing streaming data in real time. These capabilities allows for faster decision making, deeper insights into trends and customer behavior, and enhanced customer experiences. Businesses can dynamically adjust pricing, create personalized offers, and address issues in real time. Additionally, operations can be optimized by proactively managing risks and detecting suspicious activities as they happen. To pass the Google Cloud Digital exam, understanding Google Cloud Platform's AI and ML solution is crucial. So Google offers pre-trained machine learning models for common tasks. For example, natural language analyzes text sentiment, vision identifies objects in images, cloud translation translates text, speech to text converts audio to text, and text to speech synthesizes speech to speech from text. For custom needs, BigQuery ML allows you to train machine learning models using Google SQL. If you can write SQL queries, you can build models, define a model type, input training data, and even tune hyperparameters. So BigQuery ML keeps all data within BigQuery, streamlining workflows and reducing training time. It also cuts cost by minimizing data duplication and leverages BigQuery data processing capabilities, eliminating the need for separate compute resources. So mastering these GCP AI and ML solutions will help you excel in the Cloud Digital Leader exam and enhance your cloud expertise. So artificial intelligence and machine learning solutions on Google Cloud offers a range of tools and services. Well, understanding these options can help you choose the best solution for your needs. So TensorFlow, developed by Google, is a powerful open source framework for building advanced machine learning models. It supports neural networks, deep learning, and robust algorithms for training on large datasets. Google Cloud's Tensor Processing Units, or TPUs, are hardware accelerators designed specially for TensorFlow. They excel at mathematical operations, significantly speeding up training times compared to GPUs or CPUs. Vertex AI is Google Cloud's unified machine learning platform. It supports both AutoML for beginners and custom training for experts, simplifying the process of building, deploying, and maintaining machine learning models. When selecting an AI or ML solution, Consider speed versus complexity, customization versus expertise, and control versus cost. Pre-trained models offer quick development but less complexity. Custom models provide tailored solutions but require significant expertise and resources. Balance your needs with these trade-offs to find the best fit. Google Cloud employs a security by design approach, integrating security into every aspect of their infrastructure and services. These ensure robust protection for your data and overall platform reliability. Google utilizes strong encryption algorithms to protect your data at rest and in transit. This significantly reduces the risk of unauthorized access, ensuring your data remains secure at all times. Google takes responsibilities for the security of the underlying cloud infrastructure, including data centers and networks. However, you are responsible for configuring user access, encrypting your data, and implementing security best practices. So your data remains your property, and you have a complete control over it. Google adheres to strict data privacy regulations like GDPR and CCPA, ensuring your data is managed according to the highest standards. Google Cloud offers two key resources for compliance: the Compliance Resource Center and the Compliance Reports Manager. The Resource Center provides information on compliance standards and regulations, while the Reports Manager offers on demand access to compliance certifications and security reports, saving you time and money. Google Cloud offers robust financial governance tools to manage your spending. Cost management dashboards help visualize and analyze spending patterns. Budgeting and forecasting tools allow you to create budget and limit spending. The recommender engine identifies cost optimization opportunities. Spending alerts and reporting features track spending and identify issues. These tools help categorize and track cost by departments, projects, or applications, enabling realistic budget forecast. Clear visibility into spending ensures proper resource allocation and alignment with priorities, making it easy to eliminate unnecessary expenses. Google Cloud Platform provides comprehensive security services. Cloud Identity and Access Management, or IAM, defines granular permissions for user actions on cloud resources, ensuring only unauthorized access. Authorized access. Cloud monitoring and logging services monitor resource health and performing, storing results centrally for real-time insights and shift action. Cloud load balancing distributes traffic across backend instances, ensuring high availability and scalability. Google Cloud Armor filters incoming traffic based on security rules, blocking malicious requests and mitigating attacks like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. It also protects against distributed denial of service or DDoS attacks using Google's global infrastructure, safeguarding your data and products. We have successfully completed our crash course. Now let's dive into 250 real exam question answers for Google Cloud Digital Leader exam. And these question answers PDF is also available to download from our website shapingpixel.com. So let's jump on to the questions. Question number 1. Your company uses Google Cloud Platform to house secure customer data. You are a data security manager and want to control which permissions are granted to the users who handle the data. Which of the following should you do to control permissions? And we have four options. Option A, assign roles. Option B, use access lists. Option C, use authentications. And option D, assign resources. So the right answer here is option A, assign roles. So in order to assign permissions, you should assign roles. Cloud Identify allows you to manage and authorize your user accounts across multiple applications and projects. It also supports SAML 2.0 for single sign-on as well as two-factor authentication. Whichever option you choose, you have full control over which permissions are granted to your users. User access lists are for customizing access to specific objects within a bucket rather than managing permissions. Authentications are not appropriate in this scenario because rules include authentication measures such as SAML 2.0 for single sign-on as well as two-factor authentication. Resources refers to folders and projects, not users' permissions to access them. Question number two, which of the following Google Cloud products can be used to explore and visualize data? Choose two answers. And we have four options: Cloud Composer, Data Pro, Data Lab, Data Studio. So the right answer here is option C, Data Lab, and option D, Data Studio. So Data Lab and Data Studio are tools for exploring and visualizing data. Data Lab allows you to interactively explore, visualize, analyze, and transform data using familiar languages such as Python and SQL. Pre-installed Jupyter introductory sample and tutorial notebooks show you how to access, analyze, monitor, and visualize data. Data Studio is a tool that allows you to tell your data story with charts, including line, bar, and pie charts, geomaps, area and bubble graphs, paginated data tables, pivot tables, and more. Cloud Firestore is a storage tool. It is a NoSQL document database that lets you easily store, sync, and query data for your mobile and web apps on a global scale. It is not appropriate in this scenario because it is not a data visualization tool. Dataproc is a tool for processing and analyzing data. Dataproc is a fully managed and highly scalable service for running Apache Spark, Apache Flink, Presto, and 30 plus open source tools and frameworks. It is not appropriate in this scenario because it is not primarily a data visualization tool as specified in this scenario. Question number three. You are migrating workloads to the cloud. The goal of the migration is to serve customers worldwide as quickly as possible. According to local regulations, certain data is required to be stored in a specific geographic area and it can be served worldwide. You need to design the architecture and deployment for your workloads. What should you do? And we have four options. Option A, select a public cloud provider that is only active in the required geographic area. Option B, select a private cloud provider that globally replicates data storage for fast data access. Option C, select a public cloud provider that guarantees data location in the required geographic area. Option D, select a private cloud provider that is only active in the required geographic area. So the right answer here is option C. Select a public cloud provider that guarantees data location in the required geographic area. So a public cloud is an IT model where public cloud service providers make computing services, including compute and storage, develop and deploy environments and applications available on demand to organizations and individuals over the public internet. Question number four. You are an IT manager who wants to reduce the cost and labor that would be required for a manual application modernization project using a Google Cloud solution. You are deciding whether to adapt, migrate for compute engine or migrate for Anthos and need to explain the differences between the two solutions to manage. Which of the following differences would you explain? And we have four options. Option A, migrate for compute engine charges for transferring data to Google, but migrate for Anthos does not. Option B, migrate for Anthos migrates to containers and migrate for compute engine migrates to virtual machines. Option C, Migrate for compute engine requires complex deployment and setup, while migrate for Anthos requires only lift and shift migration. Option D, migrate for Anthos requires manual operating system upgrades, and migrate for compute engine is fully managed. So the right answer here is option B. So the key difference between the two solutions is that migrate for Anthos migrates to containers and migrate for compute engine migrates to virtual machines. The difference between the two solutions is not that migrate for compute engine charges for transferring data to Google, but migrate for Anthos does not. Migrate for compute engine does not charge for ingress traffic. Migrate for compute engine is often associated with lift and shift operations, while migrate for Anthos may involve a more complex to its containerized system depending on the needs of the organization. Migrate for Anthos does not require a manual operating system upgrades because it is containerized system, and migrate for compute engine is not a fully managed solution. The compute engine offers two kinds of VM instance groups, managed and unmanaged. Managed instance groups let you operate apps on multiple identical VMs. Unmanaged instance groups let you load balance across a fleet of VMs that you manage yourself. Question number 5. Your organization needs a large amount of extra computing power within the next 2 weeks. After those 2 weeks, the need for the additional resources will end. Which is the most cost effective approach? And we have four options. Option A, use a committed use discount to reserve a very powerful virtual machine. Option B, purchase one very powerful physical computer. Option C, start a very powerful virtual machine without using a committed use discount. Option D, purchase multiple physical computers and scale workload across them. So the right answer here is option C. Start a very powerful virtual machine without using a committed use discount. So when you purchase a committed use contract, you purchase compute engine resources such as CPUs, memory, GPUs, local SSDs, and solar tenant nodes at a discount price in return for committing to paying for those resources for 1 year or 3 years. Question number 6. Which of the following operations in BigQuery reduce the total cost of ownership for customers? Choose three answers. And we have four options. Queries retrieving results from the cache. Option B, batch loading data into BigQuery for local files. Option C, running a query on an external data source from BigQuery. Option D, deleting a table, view individual table partitions and user-defined functions. So the right answer here is option A, queries retrieving results from the cache. And option B, batch loading data into BigQuery from local files. And option C, running a query on an external data source from BigQuery. Certain operations in Google BigQuery are free and can result in reductions in the total cost of ownership of the business using the service. Customers are not charged for queries that retrieves results from a cache, batch loading data into BigQuery from local files, or deleting a table. View individual table partitions are user-defined functions. Customers using Google BigQuery are charged for the amount of data processed in the selected columns and for running a query on an external data source from BigQuery. So those functions performed in BigQuery do not result in TCO reduction. Question number 7. Your organization needs to plan its cloud infrastructure expenditures. Which should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, review cloud resources costs frequently because costs change often based on use. Option B, review cloud resource cost annually as a part of planning your organization overall budget. Option C, if your organization uses only cloud resources, infrastructure costs are no longer part of your overall budget. Option D, involve fewer people in cloud resource planning than your organization did for on-premises resource planning. So the right answer here is option A, review cloud resource cost frequently because costs change often based on use. So financial governance, variable nature of cloud resources and their cost spending must be monitored and controlled on an ongoing basis. Question number 8. How can a software developer contribute to site reliability engineering within an organization? And we have four options. Option A, by allocating a problem solving task to operations team. Option B, by manually configuring production systems. Option C, by focusing on implementing automation. Or option D, by creating static solutions in order to avoid failure. So the right answer here is option C, by focusing on implementing automation. Site reliability engineering team focus on hiring software engineers to run products and create systems to accomplish the work that would otherwise be performed, often manually, by sysadmins. In a traditional operational model, problem solving tasks were often allocated to operation teams. Site reliability engineering focuses on automatic production systems rather than manually configuring them. Site reliability engineering focuses on dynamic, not static solutions to problems. SRE operates with the understanding that failure is planned for and expected, and that solutions to problems may change as a result. Question number 9. The operating system of some of your organization's virtual machines may have a security vulnerability. How can you organize most effectively identify all virtual machines that do not have the latest security update? And we have four options. Option A, view the security command center to identify virtual machines running vulnerable disk images. Option B, view the compliance reports manager to identify and download a recent PCI audit. Option C, view the security command center to identify virtual machines started more than 2 weeks ago. Option D, view the compliance reports manager to identify and download a recent SOC 1 audit. So the right answer here is option A, view the security command center to identify virtual machines running vulnerable disk images. Security command center gain centralized visibility and control, discover misconfigurations and vulnerabilities, report on and maintain compliance, detect threats targeting your Google assets. Question number 10. You are a manager for an energy company that is collecting non structured key value data in the form of usage reports from energy meters and more home appliance sensors. Your IT department needs to securely connect and manage its IoT devices. Which of the following solutions would help you to connect and manage the IoT devices securely? And we have four options: IoT Core, Traffic Director, IoT Hub, IoT Portal. So the right answer here is option A, IoT Core. So Internet of Things Core is a fully managed service that allows you to connect to and manages IoT devices securely. Traffic Director helps to deploy global load balancing across clusters and virtual machines instances. IoT Hub is not a Google Cloud product. IoT portal is not a Google Cloud product. Question number 11. You are currently managing workloads running on Windows Server for which your company owns the licenses. Your workloads are only needed during working hours, which allows you to shut down the instances during the weekend. Your Windows Server licenses are up for renewal in a month, and you want to optimize your license cost. What should you do? And we have four options. Option A, renew your licenses for an additional period of 3 years. Renew your licenses for an additional period of 3 years. Negotiate a cost reduction with your current hosting provider wherein infrastructure cost is reduced when workloads are not in use. Option B, renew your licenses for an additional period of 2 years. Negotiate a cost reduction by committing to an automatic renewal of the license at the end of the 2 year period. Option C, migrate the workloads to compute engine with the bring your own license model. Option D, migrate the workloads to compute engine with the pay as you go model. So the right answer here is option C, migrate the workloads to compute engine with the bring your own license model. So bringing your existing physical core or physical processor licenses that have dedicated hardware requirements requires you to bring your own media and to run that media on hardware configurations such as sole tenant nodes that are compliant with your licenses. Question number 12. An organization wants to use a Google Cloud service for a time restricted project with the following guideline. The developers should be free from infrastructure management activities. The chosen service should be able to integrate, clean, prepare, blend, transfer, and transform data. Which of the following Google Cloud services should the organization use? And we have four options: Cloud Data Fusion, Cloud Composer, Data Catalog, and Data Proc. So the right answer here is option A, Cloud Data Fusion. So cloud data fusion is best suited for the given scenario because it is fully managed service that helps quickly build and manage data pipelines by integrating, cleaning, preparing, blending, transferring, and transforming data. Cloud Composer facilitates creating, scheduling, monitoring, and managing workflows. It is not the optimal service for a project that requires the integration of data. Data Catalog is a fully managed and scalable metadata management service that allows organizations to understand all their Google Cloud data by enabling quick discovery and management. Because Data Catalog focuses on metadata management rather than data integration, cleaning, preparing, blending, transferal, and transformation, it is not the best solution in this scenario. Dataproc is a service that facilitates batch processing, querying, and streaming. It is not the best solution for this situation because it is primarily used for batch processing rather than managing data pipelines. Question number 13. Your organization runs a distributed application in the compute engine virtual machines. Your organization needs redundancy, but it also needs extremely fast communication between the parts of the application in different virtual machines. Where should your organization locate this virtual machine? And we have four options. Option A, in a single zone within a single region. Option B, in different zones within a single region. Option C, in multiple regions using one zone per region. Option D, in multiple regions using multiple zones per region. So the right answer here is option D, in multiple regions using multiple zones per region. A multi-region architecture can provide higher availability than deploying to a single region. Question number 14. You are a project manager managing a client project intended to enhance customer experience in BFSI by providing smart communication solutions. As the solution is being developed for BFSI industry, your client has indicated that they prefer to have complete control of data and operating system, along with runtimes and middleware. Which of the following cloud offerings would you suggest to your client? We have four options. Option A, infrastructure as a service. Option B, platform as a service. Option C, function as a service. And option D, software as a service. So the right answer here is option A, infrastructure as a service. So infrastructure as a service provides complete control over the data, apps, middleware, operating system, automated hardware deployment, virtualized management workload. Question number 15. An organization decides to migrate their on-premises environment to the cloud. They need to determine which resource components still need to be assigned ownership. Which two functions does a public cloud provider own? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, hardware maintenance. Option B, infrastructure architecture. Option C, infrastructure deployment automation. Option D, hardware capacity management. Option E, fixing application security issues. So the right answer here is option A, hardware maintenance, and option D, hardware capacity management. At a minimum, when considering infrastructure as a service, the cloud provider is responsible for hardware, boot, hardened kernel and IPS, storage and etc. Question number 16. Your client is a banking company that is designing a disaster recovery plan for its historical compliance oriented data. Speedy access to data is not a requirement of the plan. Which of the following disaster recovery pattern would you suggest? And we have four options: cold, warm, hot, live. So the right answer here is option A, cold. So there is no spare infrastructure associated with the cold DR pattern, and in case of disaster, the planned strategy is implemented for the rapid setup of the cold DR site. The infrastructure setup is in a place in the warm DR pattern along with all the required equipment and setup. However, data loading or restoration is required in case of a disaster. The hot DR pattern backup site has the equipment and all the setup along with the current data in the hot DB pattern, and live is not DR pattern type. Question number 17. You are a program manager within a software as a service company that offers rendering software for animation studios. Your team needs the ability to allow scenes to be scheduled at will and to be interrupted at any time to restart later. Any individual scene rendering takes less than 12 hours to complete, and there is no service level agreement for the completion time for all scenes. Results will be stored in a global cloud storage bucket. The compute resources are not bound to any single geographic location. The software needs to run on Google Cloud in a cost optimized way. What should you do? And we have four options. Option A, deploy the application on compute engine using promotable instances. Option B, develop the application so it can run in an unmanaged instance group. Option C, create a reservation for the minimum number of compute engine instances you will use. Option D, start more instances with fewer virtual centralized processing units instead of fewer instances with more CPVs. So the right answer here is option A. So pre-mutable VM instances are available at much lower price, a 60 to 90% discount compared to the price of standard VMs. However, compute engine might stop these instances if it needs to reclaim the compute capacity for allocation to other VMs. Question number 18. A global insurance and financial company is planning to adopt cloud services to bring down infrastructure costs. The cloud deployment model adapt must meet all relevant international data security regulations. To ensure a regulation compliance, the customer data with client identifying data should be stored on premises. Data without client identifying data will be stored on the public cloud. Which of the following cloud deployment models would you recommend? And we have four options. Option A, public cloud. Option B, private cloud. Option C, community cloud. And option D, hybrid cloud. So the right answer here is option D, hybrid cloud. As a customer requires storing customer data with CID on premises and storing other applications and data on the public cloud, the hybrid cloud deployment model would be the most appropriate. Hybrid cloud consists of both public cloud and on-premises resources. As the scenario requires that the customer data with CID be stored on premises, the public cloud deployment model is incorrect. The private cloud deployment model would not be cost efficient because the private cloud is operated solely for a single organization. A community cloud deployment model would not allow the organization to comply with the regulations to store customer data with CID because several organizations from the specific community share the infrastructure. Question number 19. Your manager wants to restrict communication of all virtual machines with internet access, with resources in another network, or with a resource outside compute engine. It is expected that different teams will create new folders and projects in the near future. How would you restrict all virtual machines from having an external IP address? And we have four options. Option A, define an organization policy at the root organization node to restrict virtual machine instances for having an external IP address. Option B, define an organization policy on all existing folders to define a constraint to restrict virtual machine instances from having an external IP addresses. Option C, define an organization policy on all existing projects to restrict virtual machine instances from having an external IP address. And option D, communication with the different teams and agree that each time a virtual machine is created, it must be configured without an external IP address. So the right answer here is option A. Define an organization policy at the root organization node to restrict virtual machine instances from having an external IP address. So the organization policy service gives you centralized and programmatic control over the organization's cloud resources. As the organization policy administrator, you will be able to configure constraints across your entire resource hierarchy. Question number 20. A company that stores some of its customers' credit card data on premises is migrating the data to Google Cloud. Prior to migration, the organization wants to understand how Google will store and process the customer data. Which of the following aspects of the Google Cloud platform should the organization learn more about? And we have four options: availability, compliance, privacy, security. So the right answer here is option C, privacy. Privacy in the context of the cloud refers to the data organizations or individuals have access to and share. When the organization moves its data to the cloud, the organization retains control of the data. As a, As a Google Cloud customer, the organization should learn that when it migrates to the cloud, it continues to own its customers' data and can control who has access to it and who the data can be shared with. Google stores and processes data, but the data remains private because access to it is controlled by the organization. Google provides the organization with tools and features to control that access, thus helping the organization maintain the privacy of the customer's data in the cloud. Question number 21. Your multinational organization has servers running mission critical workloads on its premises around the world. You want to be able to manage these workloads consistently and centrally, and you want to stop managing infrastructure. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, migrate the workloads to public cloud. Option B, migrate the workloads to a central office building. Option C, migrate the workloads to multiple local co-location facilities. Option D, migrate the workloads to multiple local private clouds. So the right answer here is option A, migrate the workloads to a public cloud. Question number 22. Cloud build can deploy to which of these services? And we have four options: Kubernetes, App Engine, Cloud Functions. Cloud build can deploy to all these services. So the right answer here is option D. Cloud build can deploy to all these services. As a part of your continuous deployment pipeline, Cloud build can perform deployments using command line tools and deploy to Google Kubernetes Engine, App Engine, Cloud Functions, and Firebase. Question number 23. Your organization stores highly sensitive data on premises that cannot be sent over the public internet. The data must be processed both on premises and in the cloud. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, configure identity aware proxy in your Google Cloud VPC network. Option B, create a cloud VPN tunnel between Google Cloud and your data center. Option C, order a partner interconnect connection with your network provider. Option D, enable private Google access in your Google Cloud VPC network. So the right answer here is option C, order a partner internet connection with your network provider. After the service provider provisions your connection, you can start passing traffic between your networks by using the service provider's network. Question number 24. Your organization has planned to implement site reliability engineering best practices. You are tasked with configuring application level monitoring and monitoring service level objectives for applications and trigger alerts when SLOs are violated. Which of the following products should you choose for these tasks? And we have four options: error reporting, cloud logging, cloud monitoring, cloud trace. So the right answer here is option C, cloud monitoring. Cloud monitoring helps to gain visibility into application and infrastructure performance, availability, and health by automatically collecting system metrics, enabling SRE best practices, creating custom dashboards, creating alerts in integration with incident management tools. Question number 25. Your company's development team is building an application that will be deployed on Cloud Run. You are designing a CI/CD pipeline so that any new version of the application can be deployed in the fewest number of steps possible using CI/CD pipeline you are designing. You need to select a storage location for the images of the application after the CI part of your pipeline has built them. What should you do? And we have four options. Option A, create a compute engine image containing the application. Option B, store the images in container registry. Option C, store the images in cloud storage. Option D, create a compute engine disk containing the application. So the right answer here is option B, store the images in container registry. Pushing and pulling images are two of the most common container registry tasks. This document focuses on pushing and pulling images with Docker. Question number 26. You are a manager with the e-retail website. The company has opted for the standard support customer care plan. The number of users has surged recently, and the company has realized a need for responses to its priority 1 cases in 1 hour while also maintaining control of cost. Which of the following supports plans would you suggest? And we have four options: basic, standard, enhanced, premium. So the right answer here is option C, enhanced. The enhanced support customer is the appropriate choice in this scenario because it includes 1 hour response time but is less costly than the premium support care plan. The enhanced support includes 1 hour response time for P1 cases, 24/7 for P1 and P2 cases, multi-channel support, technical experts with advanced product knowledge, third-party technology support. Question number 27. Each of the three cloud service models, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, offers benefits between flexibility and levels of management by the cloud provider and the customer. Why would SaaS be the right choice of service model? And we have four options. Option A, you want a balance between flexibility for the customer and the level of management by the cloud provider. Option B, you want to minimize the level of management by the customer. Option C, you want to maximize flexibility for the customer. Option D, you want to be able to shift your emphasis between flexibility and management by the cloud provider as a business needs change. So the right answer here is option B, you want to minimize the level of management by the customer. The main benefit of SaaS is that it offloads all infrastructure and application management to the SaaS vendor. Question number 28. Which of the following are benefits of RPG? Choose three answers. So we have four options. Option A, the ability to predict API traffic patterns. Option B, the ability to make backend services visible. Option C, the ability to modernize legacy services via RESTful interfaces. Option D, the ability to record and analyze business metrics. So the right answer here is option A, the ability to predict API traffic patterns. And option C, the ability to modernize legacy services via RESTful interfaces. And option D, the ability to record and analyze business metrics. So RPG allows the users to predict API traffic patterns through metrics that can be used to understand potential traffic fluctuations and other information. Modernize legacy services via RESTful interfaces by packaging legacy applications and as an API abstraction and modernization layer to insulate client-facing applications from shifting backend services. A PG is an abstraction layer between backend services and the user. It does not make the backend service layer visible. Question number 29. As your organization increases its release velocity, the VM-based application upgrades take a long time to perform rolling updates due to OS boot times. You need to make the application deployments faster. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, migrate your VMs to the cloud and add more resources to them. Option B, convert your applications into containers. Option C, increase the resources of your VMs. Option D, automate your upgrade rollouts. So the right answer here is option B, convert your applications into containers. Since the problem with the current infrastructure base on VM is with OS boot time in particular, so upgrading the workload to containers would be the right choice, as then OS boot time problem is eliminated, which means a faster workload execution. Question number 30. Which of the following Google infrastructure security layers provides denial of service protection? And we have four options: operational security, internet communication, storage services, user identity. So the right answer here is option B, internet communication. There are six Google infrastructure security layers: operational security, internet communication, storage services, user identity, service deployment, and hardware infrastructure. Google front-end and denial of service protection are provided at the internet communication layer. The operational security layer addresses intrusion detection and reducing insider risk are some of the areas addressed at. Encryption at rest and deletion of data protection are provided at the storage service layer. Authentication and login abuse protection are found at the user identity layer. Question number 31. Your organization uses Active Directory to authenticate users. Users' Google account access must be removed when their Active Directory account is terminated. How should your organization meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, configure two-factor authentication in the Google domain. Option B, remove the Google account from all IAM policies. Option B, configure Beyond Corp and identity aware proxy in the Google domain. Option D, configure single sign-on in the Google domain. So the right answer here is option D, configure single sign-on in the Google domain. Your organization uses Active Directory to authenticate users. Then you need to use single sign-on as an authentication scheme that allows a user to log in with a single ID and password to different systems and software. SSO allows IT departments to administer a single identity that can access many machines and cloud services. Question number 32. You are a project manager for a global company that offers high resolution documentary film editing services. Your team of content editors in New York and London needs to collaborate on editing projects that are located in cloud storage buckets. The maximum time to wait for a video availability must be within a target time of 15 minutes. With minimal loss exposure, which of the following storage configurations should you choose? And we have four options: single region, dual region, multi region with default replication, a dual region with turbo replication? So the right answer here is option D, dual region with turbo replication. Dual region storage with turbo replication enabled would be the appropriate storage configuration in this scenario because turbo replication allows you to asynchronously replicate newly written cloud storage object to a separate region within a target of 15 minutes. Because turbo replication is applicable only for dual region buckets, it can be implemented in this scenario because the project teams are in London and New York. Question number 33. Your company has recently acquired three growing startups in three different countries. You want to reduce overhead in infrastructure management and keep your costs low without sacrificing security and quality of service to your customers. How should you meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, host all your subsidiaries services on premises together with your existing services. Option B, host all your subsidiary services together with your existing services on the public cloud. Option C, build a homogeneous infrastructure at each subsidiary and invest in training their engineers. Option D, build a homogeneous infrastructure at each subsidiary and invest in hiring more engineers. So the right answer here is option B, host all your subsidiaries services together with your existing services on the public cloud. Both maintenance cost becomes cheaper and management becomes easier when subsidiaries workloads along with parent organizations workloads are deployed on the public cloud. Question number 34. A startup is planning to adopt Google Cloud Services. As a first step, the company plans to migrate its data to Google Cloud. Which of the following should the company use to migrate over 1 terabyte of data from a private data center to the cloud while adhering to a strict timeline of 1 to 2 days and accommodating available bandwidth in order to meet the project deadline? And we have four options. Option A, storage transfer service. Option B, G-Sutil. Option C, transfer appliance. And option D, migrate for Anthos and JKE. So the right answer here is option A, storage transfer service. Storage transfer service allows you to migrate data from a private data center to Google Cloud. With storage transfer, you can move petabytes of data from on-premises sources or other clouds over online networks with billions of files and tens of Gbps. You can also optimize your network bandwidth and accelerate transfers with scale-out performance. Question number 35. What is the difference between standard and cold line storage? And we have four options. Option A, cold line storage is for data for which a slow transfer rate is acceptable. Option B, standard and cold line storage have different durability guarantees. Option C, standard and cold line storage use different APIs. Option D, cold line storage is for infrequently accessed data. So the right answer here is option D, cold line storage is for infrequently accessed data. The categorization is based on how frequently data is accessed and hence charged accordingly. Question number 36. A fitness application company is collecting the health data of its users in adding approximately 50 terabytes of data every month. The data is expected to grow to 200 plus terabyte every year. Users are primarily concerned with the last 30 days of data. and will wait for data retrieval if the data is older than 30 days. The company decided that they will now store the infrequently accessed data older than 30 days to minimize the cost, as this data is typically accessed at max once per quarter or less. Which storage option would be best suited to store infrequently accessed data? And we have four options: standard, nearline, cold line, archive. So the right answer here is option C, cold line. Cold line storage is best suited to store infrequently accessed data that is planned to be read or modified at most once per quarter. Standard storage is best suited to infrequently accessed data, also known as hot data. Nearline storage is best suited to store data that will be read or modified once a month or less. Archive storage is best suited to store archive data that is required for legal, regulatory, or disaster recovery reasons. Question number 36. What would provide near unlimited availability of computing resources without requiring your organization to procure and provision new equipment? And we have four options. Option A, public cloud. Option B, containers. Option C, private cloud. And option D, microservices. So the right answer here is option A, public cloud. Question number 38. Which of the following defines a private cloud? And we have four options: a collection of resources that are not shared with the general public, or a collection of virtual on-demand services that are offered to the public, a collection of resources that are shared between private and public cloud users, a collection of resources that are isolated on premises for use by an organization. So the right answer here is option A, collection of resources that are not shared with the general public. A private cloud is a collection of resources that are not shared with the general public. A public cloud is a virtual on-demand service that is offered to the public. A hybrid collection of resources that are shared between the private and public. An on-site data center is a collection of on-premises resources that are used by an organization. Question number 39. You are a program manager for a team of developers who are building an event-driven application to allow users to follow one another's activity in the app. Each time a user adds himself as a follower of another user, a write occurs in the real-time database. The developers will develop a lightweight piece of code that can respond to database writes and generate a notification to let the appropriate users know that they have gained new followers. The code should integrate with other cloud services such as Pub, Sub, Firebase, and cloud APIs to streamline the orchestration process. The application requires a platform that automatically manages underlying infrastructure and scales to zero when there is no activity. Which primary compute resource should your developers select given these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, Google Kubernetes Engine. Option B, Cloud Functions. Option C, App Engine Flexible Environment. Option D, Compute Engine. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Functions. So Cloud Functions give developers access to Firebase and Google Cloud events, along with scalable computing power to run code in response to those events. While it's expected that Firebase apps will use Cloud Functions in unique ways to meet their unique requirements, typically use cases might fall into these areas: notify users when something interesting happens, perform database sanitization and maintenance, execute intensive tasks in the cloud instead of in your app, integrate with third-party services and APIs. Question number 40. To optimize the company's Google Cloud spend, the management committee team wants an at glance waterfall overview of their monthly costs and savings. Which of the following should you use to provide this information to the management team? And we have four options: cost breakdown reports, budget notifications, cost table reports, pricing table reports. So the right answer here is option A, cost breakdown reports. The cost breakdown report helps with an at a glance waterfall overview of monthly costs and savings. Budget notification facilities a real-time status of the cloud billing budget and are not a method of gaining an overview of monthly cost. Cost table reports help access and analyze invoice and statements details but are not an optimal method for providing an overview of costs. The pricing table reports help access SKU prices for Google Cloud services and is not an efficient method for providing a high level picture of costs. Question number 41. Your organization is developing an application that will capture a large amount of data from millions of different sensors devices spread all around the world. Your organization needs a database that is suitable for worldwide high-speed data storage of a large amount of unstructured data. Which Google Cloud product should your organization choose? And we have four options: Firestore, Cloud Data Fusion, Cloud SQL, Cloud Bigtable. So the right answer here is option D, Cloud Bigtable. So Cloud Bigtable, a fully managed, scalable NoSQL database service for large analytics and operational workloads with up to 99.999% availability. Question number 42. Your client is a global packaging and printing company. They want to migrate to a fully managed Google Cloud Storage solution with the following capabilities: web content management, file sharing, media processing, and rendering data analysis. Which solution should the company use? And we have four options: archive storage, file store, persistent disk, local SSD. So the right answer here is option B, file store. So FileStore enables application migration to the cloud without requiring you to rewrite or re-architect, thus accelerating and simplifying your migration. FileStore is a fully managed service suitable for web content management, file sharing, rendering, and processing media and performing data analytics. Question number 43. Your organization needs to build streaming data pipelines. You don't want to manage the individual servers that do the data processing in the pipelines. Instead, you want a managed service that will automatically scale with the amount of data to be processed. Which Google Cloud product or feature should your organization choose? And we have four options: Pub, Sub, Data Flow, Data Catalog, Data Prep by Trifacta. So the right answer here is option B, Data Flow. So the data flow service fully manages Google Cloud services such as compute engine and cloud storage to run your data flow job, automatically spinning up and tearing down the necessary resources. The data flow service provides visibility into your job through tools like the data flow monitoring interface and the data flow command line interface. Question number 44. Which of the following occurs when an organization adopts cloud technology to create and define new ways of communicating and collaborating for its customers, employees, and stakeholders? And we have four options: a reduced need for security, option B, the burning platform effect, option C, virtualization of all business operations, option D, organizational transformation. So the right answer here is option D, organizational transformation. The main result for adopting cloud technology is that it transforms the way organizations operate. This operational transformation includes changes in the way customers, employees, and stakeholders interact. By adopting cloud technologies, organizations can transform how employees collaborate within organizations as well as how they interact and share knowledge and information with customers and stakeholders. Adopting cloud technology increases the speed and agility with which organizations can share data and analysis, categorize information, make predictions, and share insights. Reduced need for security is not a feature of adapting cloud technology. Adopting cloud technologies increases the need for security because organizations and cloud platforms provides face even greater demands for data security in the cloud. Question number 45. Your organization is building an application running in Google Cloud. Currently, software builds, tests, and regular deployments are done manually, but you want to reduce work for the team. Your organization wants to use Google Cloud managed solution to automate your build, testing, and deployment process. Which Google Cloud product or feature should your organization use? And we have four options: Cloud Scheduler, Cloud Code, Cloud Build, Cloud Deployment Manager. So the right answer here is option C, Cloud Build. Deploy your application to App Engine using the gcloud app deploy command. This command automatically builds a container image by using the cloud. Build service and then deploys that image to the App Engine flexible environment. Question number 46. Which of the following is a major cost benefit for adopting cloud native architecture? And we have four options: managed services with high operational savings, managed open source or open source compatible services, continuous integration, continuous delivery, monitoring and automated recovery. So the right answer here is option A, managed services with high operational savings. A key cost benefit of cloud native architecture is that it is includes managed services that result in high operational savings because the customer is no longer responsible for them. Such managed services could include infrastructure as a service, in which the cloud provider manages such things as hardware, storage, and encryption. Platform as a service, in which the service provider is responsible for identity and access management features, and software as a service, in which operations is to some extent managed. Question number 47. Which Google Cloud product can report on and maintain compliance on your entire Google Cloud organization to cover multiple projects? And we have four options. Option A, cloud logging. Option B, identity and access management. Option C, Google Security Command Center. So the right answer here is option D, Security Command Center. Security Command Center is a centralized security and risk management platform for your Google Cloud resources. It is a single tool that offers a variety of security features, including gain centralized visibility and control, discover misconfigurations and vulnerabilities, report on and maintain compliance, detect threats targeting your Google Cloud assets. Question number 48. An organization using Google Cloud wants to hierarchically organize and group resources, as well as manage access control and configuration settings for container resources. Which Google product or service should the organization use? And we have four options: Event Dark, Artifact Registry, Container Registry, Resource Manager, API. So the right answer here is option D, Resource Manager, API. The Resource Manager API service helps Google Cloud customers programmatically manage the container resources by creating, reading, and updating metadata for Google Cloud Platform resource containers. Question number 49. Your organization needs to establish private network connectivity between its on-premises network and its workloads running in Google Cloud. You need to be able to set up the connection as soon as possible. Which Google Cloud product or feature should you use? And we have four options: Cloud Interconnect, Direct Peering, Cloud VPN, Cloud CDN. So the right answer here is option C, Cloud VPN. Cloud VPN setup can be done instantly and through it travels over internet. It is private in nature. Cloud Interconnect needs physically dedicated connection. Question number 50. A credit card company has moved its applications to Google Cloud. Its customer data is stored across cloud storage, data store, and BigQuery and is used by applications and employees across the firm. Which Google Cloud solution should you use for the detection and classification of the stored sensitive data? And we have four options: Cloud Armor, Cloud Data Loss Prevention, Risk Manager, Security Command Center. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Data Loss Prevention. The Cloud Data Loss Prevention service enables the discovery, detection, and classification of stored sensitive data. With Cloud Data Loss Prevention, you can create dashboards and audit reports and automate tagging, remediation, or policy based on findings. Connect DLP results into Security Command Center, Data Catalog, or export to your own SIEM or governance tool for further analysis. Question number 51. Your organization is developing a mobile app and wants to select a fully featured cloud-based compute platform for it. Which Google Cloud product or feature should your organization use? And we have four options: Google Kubernetes Engine, Firebase, Cloud Functions, App Engine. So the right answer here is option B, Firebase. Firebase is Google's mobile development platform. Question number 52. Your organization is developing a global multiplayer game and requires a database that can constantly capture player statistics. The most critical requirement of the database is that it can serve information for game leaderboards and return consistent ranking at any given time across game players all over the world. The game is rapidly developing, following with almost unlimited growth in the number of players. Which Google Cloud product should the organization choose? And we have four options: Firestore, Cloud Spanner, Cloud SQL, Bare Metal. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Spanner. Cloud Spanner is a fully managed relational database with unlimited horizontal scalability, strong consistency, and up to 99.999% availability. Because it is both global and unlimited in scale, it is the most appropriate choice in this scenario. It is highly available with zero scheduled downtime and online schema changes. It allows developers to focus on innovating gaming functions because it eliminates manual tasks with capabilities like automatic sharding that are feature of Cloud SQL. Spanner provides a globally consistent database that can keep inventory or match history, such as the player information providing in gaming leaderboards, for massive player populations anywhere in the world. Question number 53. Your company has been using a shared facility for data storage and will be migrating to Google Cloud. One of the internal applications uses Linux custom images that need to be migrated. Which Google Cloud product should you use to maintain the custom images? And we have four options. Option A, App Engine Flexible Environment. Option B, Compute Engine. Option C, App Engine Standard Environment. Option D, Google Kubernetes Engine. So the right answer here is option B, Compute Engine. You can use one of the following image types: public and custom images. Question number 54. A news media giant with over 200 publications plans to build a scalable, secure, and serverless document database with a powerful query engine that can be added with mobile and web apps. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? And we have four options: Memory Store, Cloud Bigtable, Cloud SQL, Firestore. So the right answer here is option D, Firestore. So Firestore is a scalable, secured, and serverless NoSQL database, document database, with a powerful query engine that can be added to mobile and web apps. Memory Store is an in-memory data store best used to build application caches. Cloud Bigtable is Google's fully managed product and is a NoSQL big data database service. It is a cloud-native NoSQL wide column store for large-scale, low-latency workloads, including personalization, ad tech, and recommendation engines. It is not the best ideal database for a search engine that can be added with mobile and web apps. Cloud SQL is a relational database service and is not suitable for these use case. It is most commonly used in lift and shift of on-premises SQL databases to the cloud. Large-scale SQL data analytics, supporting content management system, data storage and scalability, and managing databases using infrastructure as code. Question number 55. Your organization wants to migrate its data management solutions to Google Cloud because it needs to dynamically scale up or down and to run transactional SQL queries against historical data at scale. Which Google Cloud product or service should your organization use? And we have four options: BigQuery, Cloud Bigtable, Pub Sub, Cloud Spanner. So the right answer here is option D, Cloud Spanner. So Cloud Spanner is a fully managed mission critical relational database service.
It is designed to provide a scalable online transaction processing database with high availability and strong consistency at global scale. Question number 56. Which of the following are always the responsibility of customers using the public cloud? Choose two answers. And we have four options: web client protection, data protection, network controls, patch management. So the right answer here is option A, web client protection. Option B, data protection. The security of the client that is being used by the customers to access the web content is the customer's responsibility. Management, classification, and compliance obligation adherence are the customer's responsibility. Configuring, managing, and securing network controls are shared responsibilities in infrastructure as a service and platform as a service models. However, the cloud provider is responsible primarily for network controls in the software as a service model. Patch management is a shared responsibility in infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. The cloud provider manages patches in the software as a service model. Question number 57. Your organization needs to categorize objects in a large group of static images using machine learning. Which Google Cloud product or service should your organization use? And we have four options: BigQuery ML, Auto ML Video Intelligence, Cloud Vision API, Auto ML Tables. So the right answer here is option C, Cloud Vision API. So Vision API can assign labels to images and quickly classify them into millions of predefined categories, detect objects and faces, read printed and handwritten text, and build valuable metadata into your image catalog. Question number 58. A DevOps team is responsible for maintaining and analyzing system and application logs for an application running across several instances on Google Cloud Platform. What steps should the team take to ensure the integrity of the logs generated on these instances? Choose two answers. And we have four options. Option A, implement log versioning on log buckets in cloud storage. Option B, copy the logs to another project with a different owner. Option C, set the logging level to only collect log outputs for critical messages. Option D, export all log files to BigQuery. So the right answer here is option A, implement log versioning on log buckets in cloud storage. And option B, copy the logs to another project with a different owner. So here are two things you could do to protect the integrity of your log files. Implement log versioning on log buckets in cloud storage to prevent losing or overwritten data if an unauthorized person gains access. The cloud storage service automatically encrypts all data before it is written to the log buckets. Still, with versioning, you can increase security by forcing a new version to be saved whenever an object in a log bucket is changed. Copy the logs to another project with a different owner to require two people to have ownership of the logs. Question number 59. Which Google Cloud product is designed to reduce the risk of handling personal identifiable information? And we have four options: cloud storage, Google Cloud Armor, cloud data loss prevention, secret manager. So the right answer here is option C, cloud data loss prevention. Cloud data loss prevention, fully managed service designed to help you discover, classify, and protect your most sensitive data. Question number 60. Your client has multiple ongoing projects and to remove conflicts has asked you to devise a way to segregate service level resources such as the compute, storage, and networking resources being used by various projects. Which of the following should you use? And we have four options: folders, projects, labels, and tags. So the right answer here is option B, projects. Projects constitute service level resources such as compute, storage, and networking resources. Folders are used for projects rather than service level resources. Labels are used to annotate resources constituting projects and are the best choice for granular level cost tracking. A tag is a string of characters added to a resource tags field. Tags cannot be created separately and not separate resources. Question number 61. Your organization is migrating to Google Cloud. As a part of that effort, it needs to move terabytes of data from on-premises file servers to cloud storage. Your organization wants the migration process to be automated and to be managed by Google. Your organization has an existing dedicated interconnect connection that it wants to use. Which Google Cloud product or feature should your organization use? And we have four options: storage transfer service, migrate for Anthos, BigQuery data transfer service, transfer appliance. So the right answer here is option A, storage transfer service. Question number 62. Your organization is looking for network connectivity with Google Cloud between its on-premises network and Google Cloud. The network connectivity must allow encrypted traffic to the Google Cloud and have higher throughput. Which of the following networking solutions should you use? And we have four options: Cloud VPN, Cloud Interconnect, Cloud Router, Traffic Director. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Interconnect. Cloud Interconnect extends your on-premises network to Google's network through a highly available, low latency connection. You can use dedicated interconnect to connect directly to Google or use partner interconnect to connect to Google through a supported service provider. Question number 63. Your organization needs to analyze data in order to gather insights into its daily operations. You only want to pay for the data you store and the queries you perform. Which Google Cloud product should your organization choose for its data analytics warehouse? We have four options: Cloud SQL, Dataproc, Cloud Spanner, BigQuery. So the right answer here is option D, BigQuery. BigQuery is an enterprise data warehouse for large amounts of relational structured data. Question number 64. You are managing the development of new application. You need a solution that will meet the following requirements. The developers should focus on writing code. Deployment should be zero configuration. The developer should not manage infrastructure. The service should be scalable and accommodate surges in traffic without provisioning, patching, or monitoring. Applications should be safe from security threats. Which Google Cloud solution should you use? And we have four options: App Engine, Cloud Functions, Confidential VMs, Event Track. So the right answer here is option A, App Engine. App Engine is a fully managed serverless platform that helps to build highly scalable and secure applications. App Engine is suited to applications that have multiple functionalities behaving in various interrelated ways. Question number 65. Your organization wants to run a container based application on Google Cloud. This application is expected to increase in complexity. You have a security need for fine grained control of traffic between the containers. You also have an operational need to exercise fine grained control over the application scaling policies. What Google Cloud product or feature should your organization use? And we have four options: Google Kubernetes Engine Cluster, App Engine, Cloud Run, Compute Engine Virtual Machines. So the right answer here is option A, Google Kubernetes Engine Cluster. Question number 66. A team of cloud engineers is working on developing and deploying a containerized application that will process and serve a large amount of image data in cloud storage. The data must be invocable via request or events. Which Google Cloud Compute service should the team use so that there are no infrastructure management problems? And we have four options: Cloud Build, Cloud Code, Cloud Run, Cloud Deploy. So the right answer here is option C, Cloud Run. So Cloud Run is a fully managed serverless compute platform that enables the development and deployment of a containerized application invocable via request or events. Using Cloud Run would avoid the problem of infrastructure management because it is a fully managed service. Question number 67. Which Google Cloud product or feature makes specific recommendations based on security risks and compliance violations? And we have four options. Option A, Google Cloud Firewalls. Option B, Security Command Center. Option C, Cloud Deployment Manager. Option D, Google Cloud Armor. So the right answer here is option B, Security Command Center. Question number 68. Which of the following scenarios is not suitable for a content delivery network? Choose two answers. And we have four options. Option A, a website for a small construction company located in the United States. Option B, a global retail company with customers in Europe and Americas. Option C, a family history website with only few visitors annually. Option D, a global media website that provides news in multiple languages. So the right answer here is option A, a website for a small construction company located in the United States. And option C, a family history website with only a few visitors annually. A website with users located in a specific geographic area would not benefit from a content delivery network. So content delivery networks are especially usage for large complex websites with users spread across the globe. And websites are mobile apps with lots of dynamic content. A small company will most likely not need a CDN because its customers are geographically closer to the server. Question number 69. Which Google Cloud product provides a consistent platform for multi-cloud application deployments and extends other Google Cloud services to your organization's environment? And we have four options: Google Kubernetes Engine, Virtual Public Cloud, Compute Engine, and those. So the right answer here is option D, and those. Anthos is the leading cloud-centric container platform to run modern apps anywhere consistently at scale. Question number 70. Your company's website enables users to upload images and input text to create memes of their choice. Lately, you have observed some suspicious traffic and want to protect your website from spam, specifically from bots using the website. Which of the following Google Cloud solutions should you use to protect your website from bots and ensure that it is being accessed only by human users? And we have four options: Ray Captcha Enterprise, Policy Troubleshooter, Web Risk, Cloud Identity. So the right answer here is option A. So Ray Captcha Enterprise uses an adaptive risk analysis engine to keep automated software from engaging in abusive activities on your site. With technology that has helped defend millions of websites for over a decade, reCAPTCHA Enterprise is built to help mitigate fraudulent online activity for your business. Question number 71. Your organization wants an economical solution to store data such as files, geographical images, and videos and to access and share them securely. Which Google Cloud product or service should your organization use? And we have four options: Cloud Storage, Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, BigQuery. So the right answer here is option A, Cloud Storage. Question number 72. A multinational food delivery startup has moved its applications to the cloud. The head of app dev wants to introduce a new service that analyzes customer preferences based on previous orders and suggests to them what to order. Which cloud computing model would help developers create the service while freeing them of infrastructure and management tasks? And we have four options: serverless computing, IoT, high performance computing, edge computing. So the right answer here is option A, serverless computing. So serverless computing helps developers to build code without managing infrastructure. Event-driven services could be built using serverless computing offerings. Question number 73. Your organization wants to predict the behavior of visitors to its public website. To do that, you have decided to build a machine learning model. Your team has database related skills, but only basic machine learning skills and would like to use those database skills. Which cloud, Google Cloud product or feature should your organization choose? And we have four options: BigQuery ML, Look ML, TensorFlow, Cloud SQL. So the right answer here is option A, BigQuery ML. Question number 74. Which of the following cloud computing concepts refers to increasing or decreasing compute resources based on demand? And we have four options: elasticity, fault tolerance, load balancing, high availability. So the right answer here is option A, elasticity. Elasticity is the degree to which a system is able to adapt to workload changes by provisioning and deprovisioning resources in an automated manner, such that at each point in time, the available resources match the current demand as closely as possible. Fault tolerance refers to the ability of an application to keep running even if some of its components fail. Load balancing is a core networking solution used to distribute traffic across multiple servers in a server form. Load balancers improve application availability and responsiveness and prevent server overload. High availability is similar to fault tolerance. It refers to the ability of an application to keep running for an agreed upon percentage of time, such as 99.99% of the time. Question number 75. Your organization is moving an application to Google Cloud. As part of that effort, it needs to migrate the application's working database from another cloud provider to Cloud SQL. The database runs on the MySQL engine. The migration must cause minimal disruption to users. Data must be secured while in transit. Which should your organization use? And we have four options. Option A, BigQuery Data Transfer Service. Option B, MySQL Batch Insert. Option C, Database Migration Service. And option D, Cloud Composer. So the right answer here is option C, Database Migration Service. So Database Migration Service supports multiple secure private connectivity methods to protect your data in transit. Once migrated, all data is encrypted by default, and Cloud SQL provides multiple layers of security to meet even the most stringent requirements. Question number 76. Your organization is developing and deploying an application on Google Cloud. Tracking your Google Cloud spending needs to stay as simple as possible. What should you do to ensure that workloads in the development environment are fully isolated from production workloads? And we have four options. Option A, apply unique tag to development resources. Option B, associate the development resource with their own network. Option C, associate the development resources with their own billing account. Option D, put the development resources in their own project. So the right answer here is option D, put the development resources in their own project. Question number 77. Your company is running the majority of its workloads in a co-located data center. The workloads are running on virtual machines on top of a hypervisor and use either Linux or Windows Server editions. As part of your company's transformation strategy, you need to modernize workloads as much as possible by adopting cloud native technologies. You need to migrate the workloads into Google Cloud. What should you do? And we have four options. Option A, export the VMs into VMDK format and import them into Compute Engine. Option B, export the VMs into VMDK format and import them into Google Cloud VMware Engine. Option C, migrate the workloads using Migrate for Compute Engine. Option D, migrate the workloads using migrate for Anthos. So the right answer here is option D, migrate the workloads using migrate for Anthos. Question number 78. Your organization is running all its workloads in a private cloud on top of a hypervisor. Your organization has decided it wants to move to Google Cloud as quickly as possible. Your organization wants minimal changes to the current environment while using the maximum amount of managed services Google offers. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, migrate the workloads to Google Cloud VMware Engine. Option B, migrate the workloads to Compute Engine. Option C, migrate the workloads to bare metal solution. Option D, migrate the workloads to Google Kubernetes Engine. So the right answer here is option B, migrate the workloads to Compute Engine. Migrate for Compute Engine enables you to lift and shift workloads at scale to Google Cloud Compute Engine with minimal changes and risk. Question number 79. Your organization is releasing its first publicly available application in Google Cloud. The application is critical to your businesses and customers and requires a 2 hours SLA. How should your organization set up support to minimize costs? And we have four options. Option A, enroll in premium support. Option B, enroll in enhanced support. Option C, enroll in standard support. Option D, enroll in basic support. So the right answer here is option B, enroll in enhanced support. Question number 80. Your organization offers public mobile apps and websites. You want to migrate to Google Cloud-based solution for checking and maintaining your users, usernames and passwords and controlling their access to different resources based on their identity. Which should your organization choose? We have four options: VPN tunnels, identity platform, compute engine firewall rules, private Google access. So the right answer here is option B, identity platform. An identity platform is a modern solution for managing the identities of users and devices in a centralized fashion. Question number 81. Which Google Cloud service or feature lets you build machine learning models using standard SQL and data in a data warehouse? And we have four options: BigQuery ML, TensorFlow, AutoML tables, Cloud Bigtable ML. So the right answer here is option A, BigQuery ML. BigQuery ML lets you create and execute machine learning models in BigQuery using standard SQL queries. Question number 82. Your organization runs an application on virtual machines in Google Cloud. This application processes incoming images. This activity takes hours to create a result for each image. The workload for this application normally stays at a certain baseline level, but at regular intervals it spikes to a much greater workload. Your organization needs to control the cost to run this application. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, purchase committed use discounts for the baseline load. Option B, purchase committed use discounts for the expected spike load. Option C,
Leverage sustained use discounts for your virtual machines. Run the workload on preemptible VM instances. So the right answer here is option C. Leverage sustained use discounts for your virtual machines. The idea of the sustained use discount is that the longer you run a VM instance in any given month, the bigger discount you will get from the list price. Question number 83. Your organization is developing a plan for migrating to Google Cloud. What is the best practice when initially configuring your Google Cloud environment? And we have four options. Option A, create a project via Google Cloud Console per department in your company. Option B, define your resource hierarchy with an organization node on top. Option C, create a project based on team members' requests. Option D, make every member of your company the project owner. So the right answer here is option B, define your resource hierarchy with an organization node on top. Question number 84. Your organization runs many workloads in different Google Cloud projects, each linked to the same billing account. Each project's workload cost can vary from month to month, but the overall combined cost of all projects is relatively stable. Your organization needs to optimize its cost. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, purchase a commitment per project for each project usual minimum. Option B, create a billing account per project and link each project to a different billing account. Option C, turn on committed use discount sharing and create a commitment for the combined usage. Option D, move all workloads from all different projects into one single consolidated project. So the right answer here is option C, turn on committed use discount sharing and create a commitment for the combined usage. Question number 85. How should a multinational organization that is migrating to Google Cloud consider security and privacy regulation to ensure that it is in compliance with global standards? And we have four options. Option A, compile with data security and privacy regulations in each geographical region. Option B, comply with regional standards for data security and privacy because they supersede all international regulations. Option C, comply with international standards for data security and privacy because they supersede all regional regulations. Option D, comply with regional data security regulations because they are more complex than privacy standards. So the right answer here is option A, comply with data security and privacy regulations in each geographical region. Question number 86. Your organization wants to optimize its use of Google Cloud's discounts on virtual machine based workloads. You plan to use 200 CPUs constantly for the next 3 years, and you forecast that spikes of up to 300 CPUs will occur approximately 30% of the time. What should you choose? And we have four options. Option A, 1 year committed use discount for 200 CPUs. Option B, 3 year committed use discount for 300 CPUs. Option C, 3 year committed use discount for 200 CPUs. Option D, regular pay-as-you-go pricing. So the right answer here is option C, 3 year committed use discount for 200 CPUs. Question number 87. Your organization needs to minimize how much it pays for data traffic from the Google network to the internet. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, choose the standard network service tier. Option B, choose the premium network service tier. Option C, deploy cloud VPN. Option D, deploy cloud NAT. So the right answer here is option A, choose the standard network service tier. Question number 88. Your organization wants to migrate your on-premises environment to Google Cloud. The on-premises environment consists of containers and virtual machine instances. Which Google Cloud products can help to migrate the container images and the virtual machine disks? And we have four options. Option A, compute engine and file store. Option B, artifact registry and cloud storage. Option C, data flow and BigQuery. Option D, pub, sub and cloud storage. So the right answer here is option B, artifact registry and cloud storage. Question number 89. Your company security team manages access control to production systems using an LDAP directory group. How is this access control managed in the Google Cloud Production project? And we have four options. Option A, assign the proper role to the service account in the project's IAM policy. Option B, grant each user the roles IAM service account user role on a service account that exists in the Google group. Option C, assign the proper role to the Google group in the project's IAM policy. Option D, create the project in a folder with the same name as the LDAP directory group. So the right answer here is option C, assign the proper role to the Google group in the project's IAM policy. Question number 90. Your organization wants to be sure that its expenditures on cloud services are in line with the budget. Which two Google Cloud cost management features help your organization gain greater visibility into its cloud resource costs? And we have five options: billing dashboards, resource labels, sustained use discounts, financial governance policies, payments profile. So the right answer here is option A, billing dashboards. B, resource labels. Question number 91. Your organization needs to process large amounts of data from an online application that operates continuously. You do not want to be required to provision infrastructure or create server clusters. What should your organization choose? And we have four options. Option A, compute engine with BigQuery. Option B, Dataproc. Option C, Google Kubernetes engine with Cloud Bigtable. Option D, data flow. So the right answer here is option D, data flow. Question number 92. Your organization needs to ensure that the Google Cloud resources of each of your departments are segregated from one another. Each department has several environments of its own: development, testing, and production. Which category should your organization choose? And we have four options. Option A, create a project per department and create a folder per environment in each project. Option B, create a folder per department and create a project per environment in each folder. Option C, Create a cloud identity domain per project department and create a project per environment in each domain. Option D, create a cloud identity domain per environment and create a project per department in each domain. So the right answer here is option B, create a folder per department and create a project per environment in each folder. Question number 93. Your organization is defining the resource hierarchy for its new application in Google Cloud. You need separate development and production environments. The production environments will be deployed in Compute Engine in two regions. Which structure should your organization choose? And we have four options. Option A, create a single project for all environments. Use labels to segregate resources by environment. Option B, create a single project for all environments. Use tags to segregate resources by environment. Option C, create one project for the development environment and one project for the production environment. Option D, create two projects for the development environment and two projects for the production environment, one for each region. So the right answer here is option C. Create one project for the development environment and one project for the production environment. Question number 94. Your organization meant to purchase a 3-year committed use discount but accidentally purchased a 1-year committed use discount instead. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, contact your financial institution. Option B, contact trust and safety. Option C, contact cloud billing support. Option D, contact technical support. So the right answer here is option C, contact cloud billing support. Question number 95. Your organization needs to allow a production job to have access to a BigQuery dataset. The production job is running on a compute engine instance that is part of an instance group. What should be included in the IAM policy on the BigQuery dataset? And we have four options. Option A, the compute engine instance group. Option B, the project that owns the compute engine instance. Option C, the compute engine service account. Option D, the compute engine instance. So the right answer here is option C, the compute engine service account. So an instance group is a collection of virtual machine instances that you can manage as a single entity. Compute Engine offers two kinds of VM instance groups, managed and unmanaged. Managed instant groups let you operate apps on multiple identical VMs. You can make your workloads scalable and highly available by taking advantage of automatic MIG services, including auto scaling, auto healing, regional deployment, and automatic updating. Unmanaged instance groups let you load balance across a fleet of VMs that you manage yourself. Question number 96. How do migrate for compute engine and migrate for Anthos differ? And we have four options. Option A, unlike migrate for Anthos, migrate for compute engine assumes that the migration source is VMware vSphere. Option B, migrate for compute engine charges for ingress, but migrate for Anthos does not. Option C, migrate for compute engine is closed source and migrate for Anthos is open source. Option D,
Migrate for Anthos migrates to containers, and migrate for compute engine migrates to virtual machines. So the right answer here is option D. Migrate for Anthos migrates to containers, and migrate for compute engine migrates to virtual machines. Question number 97. Your large and frequently changing organization user information is stored in an on-premises LDAP database. The database includes user passwords and group and organization membership. How should your organization provision Google accounts and groups to access Google Cloud resources? And we have four options. Option A, replicate the LDAP infrastructure on Compute Engine. Option B, use the Firebase Authentication REST API to create users. Option C, use Google Cloud Directory Sync to create users. Option D, use the Identity Platform REST API to create users. So the right answer here is option C. Use Google Cloud Directory Sync to create users. Question number 98. An organization is planning its cloud expenditure. What should the organization do to control costs? And we have four options. Option A, consider cloud resource cost as capital expenditure in annual planning. Option B, use only cloud resources. They have no cloud infrastructure costs. Option C, review cloud resources cost frequently because costs depend on usage. Option D, access cloud resources cost only when SLO is not met by their cloud provider. So the right answer here is option C. Review cloud resource cost frequently because costs depend on usage. Question number 99. An organization is using machine learning to make predictions. One of their data sets mistakenly includes mislabeled data. How will the prediction be impacted? And we have four options. Option A, increased risk of privacy leaks. Option B, increased risk of inaccuracy. Option C, decreased model compatibility. Option D, decreased model training time. So the right answer here is option B, increased risk of inaccuracy. So question number 100. A global organization is developing an application to manage payments and online bank accounts in multiple regions. Each transaction must be handled consistently in their database, and they anticipate almost unlimited growth in the amount of data stored. Which Google Cloud product should the organization choose? And we have four options: Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, Cloud Storage, BigQuery. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Spanner. Question number 101. An e-commerce organization is reviewing their cloud data storage. What type of raw data can they store in a relational database without any processing? And we have four options. Option A, product inventory. Option B, product photographs. Option C, instructional videos. Option D, customer chat history. So the right answer here is option A, product inventory. Question number 102. An organization wants to digitize and share large volumes of historical text and images. Why is a public cloud a better option than an on-premises solution? And we have four options. Option A, in-house hardware management. Option B, provides physical encryption key. Option C, cost effective at scale. Option D, optimizes capital expenditure. So the right answer here is option C, cost effective at scale. Question number 103. An organization wants to develop an application that can be personalized to user preferences throughout the year. Why should they build a cloud native application instead of modernizing their existing on-premises application? And we have four options. Option A, developers can rely on the cloud provider for all source code. Option B, developers can launch new features in an agile way. Option C, IT managers can migrate existing application architecture without needing updates. Option D, IT managers can accelerate capital expenditure planning. So the right answer here is option B, developers can launch new features in an agile way. Question number 104. Which technology allows organizations to run multiple computer operating systems on a single piece of physical hardware? And we have four options: hypervisor, containers, serverless computing, open source. So the right answer here is option A, hypervisor. A hypervisor abstracts the underlying hardware from the host operating system and apps and is the core technology behind virtualization. A hypervisor allows a physical server to operate multiple VMs as a guest run alongside each other. Each VM can run on different OS. Question number 105. An organization is making a strategic change to customer support in response to feedback. They plan to extend their helpline availability hours. Why is the organization making this change? And we have four options. Option A, users expect professional expertise. Option B, users require personalization. Option C, users expect always on service. Option D, users require regional access. So the right answer here is option C. Users expect always on services. Question number 106. How does a large hotel chain benefit from storing their customer reservation data in the cloud? And we have four options. Option A, on-premises hardware access to transaction data. Option B, real-time data transformation at scale within an on-premises database. Option C, real-time business transaction accuracy at scale. Option D, physical hardware access during peak demand. So the right answer here is option C, real-time business transaction accuracy at scale. Question number 107. An organization wants to transform multiple types of structured and unstructured data in the cloud from various resources. The data must be readily accessible for analysis and insights. Which cloud data storage system should the organization use? And we have four options: relational database, private data center, data field, data warehouse. So the right answer here is option D, data warehouse. A data warehouse is an enterprise system used for the analysis and reporting of structured and semi-structured data from multiple sources. Question number 108. An organization wants
to use all available data to offer predictive suggestions on their website that improve over time. Which method should the organization use? And we have four options. Option A, data automation. Option B, trends analysis. Option C, machine learning. Option D, multiple regression. So the right answer here is option C, machine learning. Predictive analytics is closely tied to machine learning. Regardless of the specific technique, an organization might employ the general process began with an algorithm that trains itself by having access to an understood outcome, such as a customer purchase. Question number 109. Google's enterprise support offers you. Choose the most complete answer. And we have four options. Option A, more predictable rates and more flexible configuration than role-based support. Option B, the fastest response times, opportunities to work directly with a dedicated TAM contact. Option C, the fastest response time. Option D, the ability to work directly with a dedicated TAM contact. So the right answer is option B, the fastest response times and opportunities to work directly with a dedicated TAM contact. Enterprise support gives you the fastest response times and allows you to work directly with a dedicated TAM or a technical account manager contact. Question number 110. Which Google product generates highly personalized product recommendations? And we have four options. Recommendations ML, recommendations OCR, recommendations AI, auto recommendations. So the right answer here is option C, recommendations AI. You should know that the recommendations AI product will generate highly personalized product recommendations. Question number 111. Which of the following statements about GCP database migration service and data stream is false? And we have four options. Option A, data stream is low latency and won't dog down your source database. Option B, database migration service has integrations with services such as BigQuery, Cloud Spanner, Dataflow, and Data Fusion. Option C, with the database migration service, if you are migrating to a serverless option like Cloud SQL, then you don't have to worry about over or under provisioning. Option D, with the database migration service, you can start the process with just a few clicks and then enjoy continuous data replication from source to destination. So the right answer here is option B. Database migration service has integrations with services such as BigQuery, Cloud Spanner, Dataflow, and Data Fusion. A basic MySQL lift and shift can involve many steps and take a lot of time depending upon the amount of data involved. That is why Google built the database migration service to make migrations as painless as possible. You can start the process with just a few clicks and then enjoy continuous data replication from source to destination. In addition, if you are migrating to a serverless option like Cloud SQL, then you don't have to worry about over or under provisioning. DBMS uses change, data capture, and replication to synchronize your data across databases, storage systems, and applications. It is low latency and won't dog down your source database. And it has integrations with services such as BigQuery, Cloud Spanner, Dataflow, and Data Fusion. Question number 112. Which of the following statements about GCP tools services is false? And we have four options. Option A, you can find the latest ISO, IEC certificates, SOC reports, and self-assessments in the container registry. Option B, container registry is tightly integrated with all the Google's container services. Option C, the resources found in the compliance reports manager tool can be used to aid your own company's reporting and compliance reports efforts. And option D, all of the GCP services receive independent verification for security, privacy, and compliance. So the right answer here is option A. You can find the latest ISO, IEC certificates, SOC reports, and self-assessments in the container registry. So all of the GCP services receive independent verification, security, privacy, and compliance, directly access certifications, risk assessments, and audit reports by visiting the Compliance Reports Manager tool. Here you will find key resources including the latest ISO, IEC certificates, SOC reports, and self-assessments. These documents not only provide peace of mind, but they can be used to aid your own company's reporting and compliance efforts as well. Container registry is tightly integrated with all the Google's container services. So question number 113. Which of the following is not a level of organizational GCP support? And we have four options: Ultra, Basic, Standard, Premium. So the right answer here is option A, Ultra. You should pick the right level of support for your organization. There are four options: Basic, Standard, Enhanced, and Premium. Question number 114. If you need to migrate data in Oracle to a new type of database in GCP, then Dash might be a better choice than database migration service. And we have four options: Data Stream, Data Fusion, Cloud Spanner, Data Flow. So the right answer here is option A, Data Stream. Google built the database migration service to make migrations as painless as possible. Now, if you need to do something more complicated than a basic MySQL lift and shift, like migrating to a new type of database, then DataStream might be a better choice. So if you're trying to migrate something like an Oracle database to the cloud, you should check DataStream out. Question number 115. A dash is a custom designed ASIC that is used for ML workloads. And we have four options: data stream, cloud TPU, cloud GPU, container registry. So the right answer here is option B, cloud TPU. A cloud TPU is a custom designed ASIC, application specific integrated circuit, that is used for ML workloads. So question number 116. Which GCP tool offers an easy centralized location to store and manage all your Docker container images? And we have four options: Compliance Reports Manager, Container Registry, Database Migration Service, Cloud TPU. So the right answer here is option B, Container Registry. Container Registry offers an easy centralized location to store and manage all your Docker container images. So question number 117. Which Google product is used to dynamically translate between languages? And we have four options: Vision OCR, natural language, text AI, translation. So the right answer here is option D, translation. Translation is used to dynamically translate between languages. So question number 118. Which of the following statements about GCP container registry is false? And we have four options. Option A, it gives you partial control over who can access, view or download images. Option B, it allows you to access your images quickly and reliably. Option C, it allows you to flag outdated or compromised images and prevent them from being deployed in the future. Option D, it helps increase the security of your images. So the right answer here is option A. It gives you partial control over who can access, view or download images. Container registry helps increase security. It gives you complete control over who can access, view or download images. You can flag outdated or compromised images and prevent them from being deployed in the future. And because it's hosted by Google, your images can be quickly accessed quickly and reliably. Question number 119. Your organization is developing an application that will manage payments and online bank accounts located around the world. The most critical requirement for your database is that each transaction is handled consistently. Your organization anticipates almost unlimited growth in the amount of data stored. Which Google Cloud product should your organization choose? And we have four options: Cloud SQL, Cloud Storage, Firestore, Cloud Spanner. So the right answer here is option D, Cloud Spanner. Cloud Spanner is a fully managed relationship database, a proprietary relational database designed for scale. Question number 120. An organization is searching for an open source machine learning platform to build and deploy their own custom machine learning application using TPUs. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? And we have four options: TensorFlow, BigQuery ML, Vision API, AutoML Vision. So the right answer here is option A, TensorFlow. TensorFlow is a free and open source software library for machine learning and artificial intelligence TPUs used for TensorFlow. Question number 121. An organization operates their entire IT infrastructure from Google Cloud. What should they do to prepare for data breaches? And we have four options. Option A, reduce reliance on multi-factor authentication. Option B, data security is Google's responsibility, so preparation is minimal. Option C, create an incident plan to mitigate impacts. Option D, strengthen their data center perimeter security. So the right answer here is option C, create an incident plan to mitigate impacts. Data security is responsible for both cloud vendor and customer. Question number 122. An organization wants to migrate legacy applications currently hosted in their data center to the cloud. The current architecture dictates that each application needs its own operating system instead of sharing an OS. Which infrastructure solution should they choose? And we have four options: virtual machines, open source, serverless computing, containers. So the right answer here is option A, virtual machines. Virtual machines would be the best infrastructure solution for an organization that wants to migrate legacy applications currently hosted in their data center to the cloud and maintain the current architecture that dictates that each application needs its own operating system instead of sharing an OS. Question number 124. An organization is training a machine learning model to predict extreme weather events in their country. How should they collect data to maximize prediction accuracy? And we have four options. Option A, collect all weather data evenly across all cities. Option B, collect all weather data primarily from at-risk cities. Option C, collect extreme weather data evenly across all cities. And option D, collect extreme weather data primarily from at-risk cities. So the right answer here is option A, collect all weather data evenly across all cities. Question number 124. An organization needs to search an application source code to identify a potential issue. The application is distributed across multiple containers. Which Google Cloud product should the organization use? And the options are Google Cloud Console, Cloud Trace, Cloud Monitoring, Cloud Logging. So the right answer here is option D, Cloud Logging. Cloud logging is a Google Cloud product that allows organizations to store, search, analyze, and monitor logs from various sources, including containers. By configuring the appropriate logging options, the organizations can capture logs from the containers and then search the logs to identify potential issues within the application source code. Question number 125. In organizations, web developers and operations personnel use different systems. How will increasing communication between the teams reduce issues caused by silos? And we have four options. Option A, by assigning blame for failures and establishing consequences. Option B, by combining job role responsibilities to ensure that everyone has shared access. Option C, by increasing data encryption to strengthen workflows. Option D, by emphasizing shared ownership of business outcomes. So the right answer here is option D, by emphasizing shared ownership of business outcomes. Question number 126. An organization is migrating their business applications from on-premises to the cloud. How could these impact their operations and personal costs? And we have four options. Option A, reduced on-premises infrastructure management costs. Option B, increased on-premises hardware maintenance cost. Option C, reduced cloud software licensing cost. Option D, increased cloud hardware management cost. So the right answer here is option A, reduced on-premises infrastructure management costs. A cloud migration strategy is the plan an organization makes to move its data and applications from an on-premises architecture to the cloud. Question number 127. A retail company stores their product inventory in a legacy system. Often customers find products on the company's website and want to purchase them in store. However, when they arrive, they discover that the products are out of stock. How could the company benefit from using an application programming interface?
So we have four options. Option A, to create personalized product recommendation for customers. Option B, to optimize their on-premises legacy system stability. Option C, by manually linking each inventory system to the website on a case-by-case basis. Option D, by programmatically connecting the inventory system on their website. So the right answer here is option D, by programmatically connecting the inventory system to their website. Question number 128. A hotel wants to modernize their legacy systems so that customers can make reservations through a mobile app. What's the benefit of using an application programming interface to do this? And we have four options. Option A, they do not have to develop the end user application. Option B, they can deprecate their legacy systems. Option C, they can transform their systems to be cloud native. Option D, they do not have to rewrite the legacy system. So the right answer here is option C, they can transform their systems to be cloud native. Question number 129. An organization has servers running mission critical workloads on premises around the world. They want to modernize their infrastructure with a multi-cloud architecture. What benefit could the organization experience? And we have four options. Option A, ability to disable regional network connectivity during cyber attacks. Option B, ability to keep backups of their data on premises in case of failure. Option C, full management access to their regional infrastructure. Option D, reduced likelihood of system failure during high demand events. So the right answer here is option C, full management access to their regional infrastructure. Question number 130. An organization needs to run frequent updates for their business app. Why should the organization use Google Kubernetes Engine? And we have four options. Option A, customer expectations can be adjusted without using marketing tools. Option B, seamless changes can be made without causing any application downtime. Option C, GKE handles version control seamlessly and out of the box. Option D, GKE is well suited for all monolithic applications. So the right answer here is option D. Google Kubernetes Engine is well suited for all monolithic applications. Question number 131. An organization wants to use APG to manage all their application programming interfaces. What will APG enable the organization to do? And we have four options. Increase application privacy, measure the track API performance, analyze application development speed, or market and sell APIs. So the right answer here is option B, measure and track API performance. APG enables organization to measure and track the performance of their APIs, including traffic, usage, and response time. Question number 132. What is an example of unstructured data that organization can capture from social media? And we have four options. Post comments, tagging, profile picture, location. So the right answer here is option C, profile picture.
Question number 133. An organization relies on online seasonal sales for the majority of their annual revenue. Why should the organization use App Engine for their customer app? And we have four options. Option A, automatically adjust physical inventory in real time. Option B, auto scales during peaks in demand. Option C, runs maintenance during seasonal sales. Option D, recommends the right products to the customer. So the right answer here is option B, auto scales during peaks in demand. App Engine is a platform as a service that allows an organization to deploy and scale their web applications automatically. It can automatically adjust the number of resources allocated to an application based on the amount of traffic it receives. Question number 134. Your organization recently migrated its compute workloads to Google Cloud. You want these workloads in Google Cloud to privately and securely access your large volume of on-premises data, and you also want to minimize latency. What should your organization do? And we have four options. Option A, use storage transfer service to securely make your data available to Google Cloud. Option B, create a VPC between your on-premises data center and your Google resources. Option C, pair your on-premises data center to Google Edge network. Option D, use transfer appliance to securely make your data available to Google Cloud. So the right answer here is option B, create a VPC between your on-premises data center and your Google resources. Creating a virtual private cloud between your on-premises data center and your Google Cloud resources is a good solution to allow your workloads in Google Cloud to privately and securely access your large volume of on-premises data. Question number 135. Your organization consists of many teams. Each team has many Google Cloud projects. Your organization wants to simplify the management of identity and access policies for these projects. How can you group these projects to meet this goal? And we have four options. Option A, group each team's project into a separate domain. Option B, assign labels based on the virtual machines that are part of each team's project. Option C, use folders to group each team's project. Option D, group each team's projects into a separate organization node. So the right answer here is option C. Use folders to group each team's projects. So folders are nodes in the cloud platform resource hierarchy. A folder can contain projects, other folders are a combination of both. Organization can use folders to group projects under the organization node in a hierarchy. For example, your organization might contain multiple departments, each with its own set of Google Cloud resources. Folders allow you to group these resources on a per department basis. Folders are used to group resources that share common IAM policies. While a folder can contain multiple folders or resources, a given folder or resource can have exactly one parent. So question number 137. An organization needs to categorize text-based customer reviews on their website using a pre-trained machine learning model. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? And we have four options. Option A, Cloud Natural Language API, Dialog Flow, Recommendation AI, and TensorFlow.
So the right answer here is option A, Cloud Natural Language API. So question number 137. Your team is publishing research results and needs to make large amounts of data available to other researchers within the professional community and the public at minimum cost. How should you host the data? And we have four options. Option A, use a cloud storage bucket and enable requester pays. Option B, use a cloud storage bucket and provide signed URLs for the data files. Option C, use a cloud storage bucket and set up a cloud interconnect connection to allow access to the data. Option D, host the data on premises and set up a cloud interconnect connection to allow access to the data. So the right answer here is option A, use a cloud storage bucket and enable requester pays. So question number 138. Your company needs to segment Google Cloud resources used by each team from the others. The team's efforts are changing frequently, and you need to reduce operational risk and maintain cost visibility. Which approach does Google recommend? And we have four options. Option A, one project per item. Option B, one organization per item. Option C, one project that contains all of each item's resources. Option D, one top level folder per item. So the right answer here is option D, one top level folder per item. Question number 139. Your organization needs to restrict access to a cloud storage bucket. Only employees who are based in Canada should be allowed to view the contents. What is the most effective and efficient way to satisfy this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, deploy the cloud storage bucket to a Google Cloud region in Canada. Option B, configure Google Cloud Armor to allow access to the bucket only from IP addresses based in Canada. Option C, give each employee who is based in Canada access to the bucket. Option D, create a group consisting of all Canada-based employees and give the group access to the bucket. So the right answer here is option B, configure Google Cloud Armor to allow access to the bucket only from IP addresses based in Canada. So question number 140. Your organization runs all its workloads on compute engine virtual machine instances. Your organization has a security requirement. The virtual machines are not allowed to access the public internet. The workloads running on those virtual machines needs to access BigQuery and cloud storage using their publicly accessible interfaces without violating the security requirements. Which Google Cloud product or feature should your organization use? And we have four options: Identity Aware Proxy, Cloud NAT, VPC Internal Load Balancers, Private Google Access. So the right answer here is option D, Private Google Access. Question number 141. You are managing a project for a large healthcare provider with 100 plus clinics and hospitals across the European Union. Your client plans to develop an OCR application to digitize overall clinics records, including x-rays and patients' health records. As part of the solution, it is decided that image files will be uploaded,
Text will be extracted from the image. The extracted text will be translated into English. The final ready text will be stored for further use. The client does not want any overhead and asks you to use a Google Cloud product that can offer pre-trained machine learning models through REST APIs. Which Google Cloud solution would you suggest? The options are AutoML Vision, Vision API, Cloud Natural Language API, Vertex AI, Vizio. So the right answer here is option B, Vision API. So Vision API offers pre-trained ML models through RPC and REST APIs. Because Vision API offers pre-trained ML models, it is the best solution for extracting text from image files as requested in this use case. The Google Cloud Vision API uses pre-trained Vision API models to detect emotion, understand text, and more. It allows developers to easily integrate vision detection features within applications, including image labeling, face and landmark detection, optical character recognition, and tagging of explicit content. Question number 142. An organization requires a fully managed, scalable queuing service that will help manage the execution, dispatch, and delivery of multiple distributed tasks. Which Google Cloud solution should the organization use? The options are Cloud Scheduler, Cloud Tasks, Service Infrastructure, Workflows. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Tasks. Cloud Task is a fully managed, scalable queuing service that could help manage the execution, dispatch, and delivery of multiple distributed tasks. Cloud Task lets you separate out pieces of work that can be performed independently outside of your main application flow and send them off to be processed asynchronously using handlers that you create. These independent pieces of work are called tasks. For example, you need to update a database as part of processing a user request. But updates can be time consuming. Offloading that detail as a task allows you to return from the request more quickly. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 143. How does Google Cloud suggest that organizations use third-party identity providers to enable users access to Google Cloud with their corporate credentials? Option A, by delegating responsibility to service accounts and groups. Option B, by implementing the principle of least privilege. Option C, by federating third-party identity provider with Google Cloud. Option D, by migrating unmanaged accounts to personal accounts. So the right answer here is option C, by federating third-party identity providers with Google Cloud. If the organization uses a third-party identity provider, the organization's user directory should be synchronized with cloud identity to let users access Google Cloud with their corporate credentials. Delegating responsibility with service accounts and groups is associated with assigning IAM roles, not with enabling a user's access to Google Cloud with their corporate credentials. The principle of least privilege is not related to enabling users access to Google Cloud with their corporate credentials, but with access to resources within Google Cloud. Migration of unmanaged accounts is required to be implemented when members of the organizational domain have used their corporate email ID to create a personal Google account. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 144. You work for an e-commerce website and want to use a product that can predict users' purchasing behavior and suggest products based on that behavior. Which of the following Google Cloud AI solutions would you recommend? Options are Vertex AI Machining Engine, Vertex AI, Vertex Explainable AI, Vertex AI Workbench. So the right answer here is option A, Vertex AI Matching Engine. Question number 145. You are a chief technology officer helping your organizations to modernize its IT infrastructure by adopting Google's public cloud services. Which of the following is an advantage of the infrastructure as a service model that you should consider when choosing a solution? Option A, web application security is managed by Google. Option B, IT costs change from operational to capital expenditures. Option C, Google assumes responsibility for server maintenance. Option D, data storage and encryption become the responsibility of the organization. So the right answer here is option C. Google assumes responsibility for server maintenance. Let's jump on to the next one. Question number 146. A multinational retail corporation plans to migrate its on-premises inventory management system to Google Cloud. The current inventory management system has experienced performance issues that are the result of very high IOPS. How can the organization increase performance and decrease latency by moving to Google Cloud? Option A, use local SSDs. Option B, use SSD disks. Option C, use standard persistent disks. Option D, use balanced persistent disks. So the right answer here is option A, use local SSDs. Question number 147. You are leading a team of developers on a project whose goal is to improve customer experience on a credit card company's website. The solution requires custom code without the overhead of managing operating systems or infrastructure. Which of the following cloud offerings would you suggest to your client? The options are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, on-premises infrastructure, software as a service. So the right answer here is option B, platform as a service. Like IaaS models, for platform as a service models, the service provider delivers and manages the backend infrastructure. However, platform as a service model provides all the software, features, and tools needed for application development. You still have to write the code and manage your apps and data, but not have to worry about managing or maintaining the software development platform. Platform as a service example, Cloud Run App Engine. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 148. You work for a ride sharing company that has recently moved to Google Cloud. Jack, the senior manager of the corporate accounting group, is worried about the bill and wants to track actual Google Cloud spend against planned spend. Jack also wants to receive alerts via email when certain budget expenditures are reached. Which of the following actions should Jack take to meet these requirements? Option A, create cloud billing budgets, set a budget amount, and set budget alert threshold rules. Option B, use cloud billing reports with Cloud Data Studio. Option C, use cloud billing data export to BigQuery functionality with Google Data Studio. Option D, create a cloud billing account, set a budget amount, and set budget alert threshold rules. So the right answer here is option A. Create cloud billing budget, set budget amount, and set budget alert threshold rules. So cloud billing budgets help customers to monitor Google Cloud charges in one place. In addition, a budget enables tracking for the actual Google Cloud spends via planned spend. The cloud billing reports page helps users view Google Cloud using cost and enable discovering and analyzing trends, while Google Data Studio helps to visualize data. Up-to-date cloud billing graphs could be made available, and labels could be used to customize Google Cloud bills by combining Google Billing Data Expert to BigQuery functionality with Google Data Studio. A cloud billing account is an account where the project usage is charged. Setting budget amount and budget alert threshold rules is not possible with a cloud billing account. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 149. Which of the following is a use of big table?
Option A, SQL support for an online transaction processing system. Option B, interactive querying in an online analytic processing system. Option C, real-time data sync between users. Option D, NoSQL database operation for large analytics and operational workloads. So the right answer here is option D, NoSQL database operations for large analytics and operational workloads. Big Table is most suitable for NoSQL database operations for large analytics and operational workloads. Cloud Spanner or Cloud SQL provides support for an online transaction processing system. BigQuery is most apt for interactive querying in an online analytical processing system. Firebase real-time database is suitable for syncing data between users in real time. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 150. A wearable startup collecting the health data for its users is adding approximately 50 terabytes of data every month. The data is expected to grow to 200 plus terabyte every year. It is observed that the users are primarily concerned with the last 30 days of data and are ready to wait for data retrieval if data is older than 30 days. The company has decided that they will now store infrequently accessed data that is older than 30 days to minimize the cost, as these data is typically accessed no more than once per quarter. To minimize manual intervention when moving data older than 30 days to cold line storage from standard storage, what should the company do? Option A, configure object lifecycle management. Option B, write a code and schedule it using Cloud Scheduler. Option C, configure Cloud Scheduler to move based on required conditions. Option D, configure an object lifecycle management job using Cloud Scheduler. So the right answer here is option A, configure object lifecycle management. The movement of data from one storage class to another storage class could be automated by configuring object lifecycle management. Writing code requires manual effort and therefore does not fit the project's requirements. Cloud Scheduler is a fully managed cron job service that does not have the capability of moving data between storage types. Object lifecycle management is not a job and cannot be scheduled using Cloud Scheduler. Object lifecycle management is a set of rules. Question number 151. Which areas are the sole responsibilities of customers for SaaS, PaaS, and infrastructure as a services? Choose two answers. Options are devices, information and data, physical network, physical security of the data center. So the right options here are option A and option B. Devices, information and data. The customer's responsibility is the security of client device that is being used by customers, mobile device, PC, etc., to access cloud applications. Data protection is the responsibility of the customer, although the customer can use some cloud services to help protect its data. In the SaaS, PaaS, and infrastructure as a service models, the physical network is the responsibility of the CSP. The physical security of data center is handled by CSP in the infrastructure as a solution model in the PaaS and SaaS models. Question number 152. An organization is developing a business critical application using Google App Engine. Which of the following should the organization expect to do? Choose two answers. Option A, establish role-based access policies. Option B, encrypt data at rest. Option C, monitor application security. And option D, maintain network security. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Google App Engine is a fully managed platform as a service that lets users focus on code while App Engine manages infrastructure concerns. Within Google's shared responsibility matrix, the Platform as a service customer is responsible for establishing role-based access policies and monitoring application security. Google is responsible for maintaining network security and encrypting data at rest. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 153, you have joined a growing company that offers online costume rentals through its website and mobile applications. Although the volume of rental requests varies throughout the year, it peaks during the holiday season from October through January. The head of the app dev team has called for suggestions on scaling the systems to meet the spikes in demand without posing a risk to uptime. Which of the following solutions would best meet these requirements? Option A, scale the systems vertically. Option B, increase the number of servers. Option C, scale the systems horizontally. And option D, implement load balancing. So the right answer here is option C, scale the systems horizontally. Horizontal scaling refers to adding additional machines nodes to cater to the increased demand. Implementing horizontal scaling prevents downtime. Vertical scaling increases the system's capacity by adding more resources to the existing system to cater to the demand. However, vertical scaling carries a risk of downtime. Increasing the number of servers to cater to the request would increase cost and infrastructure management needs. By implementing load balancing, requests are efficiently distributed across configured resources. However, the addition or reduction of the resources is not a feature of load balancing because it applies to assigning traffic to machines rather than adding or removing machines based on traffic loads. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 154. You're working on an enhancement project that requires the existing applications to access the analytics reports data from the analytics reporting API. The application is hosted on a virtual machine with an internal IP address and no external IP addresses. What should you do to access the analytics reporting API? Option A, disable private Google access. Option B, enable private Google access. Option C, ensure that VM interface has an external IP address assigned. Option D, ensure that the VM interface is connected to a subnet where private Google access is disabled. So the right answer here is option B, enable private Google access. Private Google access can be enabled on the virtual machine instances that only have internal IP addresses to reach the external IP addresses of Google API and services, with an exception to App Engine, Memcache file store, and memory store. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 155, what would provide near unlimited availability of computing resources without requiring your organization to procure and provision new equipment? The options are public cloud, containers, private cloud, microservices. So the right answer here is option A, public cloud. Question number 156. In Google Cloud Platform, you control which permissions are granted to your users by assigning. And the options are roles, access lists, authentications, resources. So the right answer here is option A. Cloud Identity allows you to manage and authorize your user accounts across multiple applications and projects. It also supports SAML 2.0 for single sign-on as well as two-factor authentication, whichever option you choose. You have full control over which permissions are granted to your users. This is accomplished by assigning roles. Question number 157. Which of the following options is not one of the three main types of roles in Google Cloud Platform? And the options are basic, composite, custom, predefined. So the right answer here is option B. There are three main types of roles: basic, predefined, and custom. Question number 158. Which of the following statements about Google Cloud Platform is false? Option A, when creating a new project, you are asked to pick a location. Option B, permissions can always be changed after they are assigned. Option C, a project marked for deletion is immediately deleted. Option D, if you already have Active Directory or LDAP, you can use Google Cloud Directory Sync to automatically replicate them to Google Cloud Identity. So the right answer here is option C. When you create a new project, a project ID is automatically generated for you based upon the project name. You're also asked to pick a location. A project is marked for deletion for 30 days before it is actually deleted. If you already have something like Active Directory or LDAP, you can use Google Cloud Directory Sync to automatically replicate them to Google Cloud Identity. Remember, you can always change permissions later. Question number 159. Which of the following statements about billing in Google Cloud Platform is false? Option A. Google has a free tier which gives you limited access to some GCP services. Option B. Setting a budget creates a hard cap on spending. Option C. Disabling billing stops automatic payments. Option D. When you disable billing, you are still responsible for all outstanding charges for the project. So the right answer here is option B. Google has a free tier which gives you limited access to some GCP services. When you disable billing, it simply stops automatic payments. You're still responsible for all outstanding charges for the project. Setting a budget does not create a hard cap on spending. Question number 160. In Google Cloud Platform, dash are used for generating alerts when costs begin to rise. And the options are billing monitors, billing queries, budgets, billing exports. So the right answer here is option C. Budgets are used for generating alerts when costs begin to rise. Question number 161. In Google Cloud Platform, by default, administrators are and users with billing account roles will receive email alerts when the amount spent exceeds hash and dash percent of the budget. So the right option here is option B. By default, administrators and users with billing account rules will receive email alerts when the amount spent exceeds 50%, 90%, and 100% of the budget. Question number 162. Which of the following statements about project names and IDs in Google Cloud Platform is false? Option A. It is possible to pick your own project ID. Option B. The project ID must be globally unique. Option C. The project name must be globally unique. And option D, the project name can be changed at any time. So the right answer here is option C. The project name must be globally unique. The project name is purely for your benefit. It can be whether you want. You can change it at any time and it does not need to be unique. The project ID is for uniquely identifying your project. That means your project ID needs to be globally unique. The ID cannot be the same as any other projects in any other account. You can see what it is possibly to try to pick your own ID, but generally I would recommend against it. Question number 163. In Google Cloud Platform, dash are detailed copies of your charges that live inside a BigQuery database. And the options are billing monitors, billing queries, budgets, billing exports. So the right answer here is option D. Billing exports are detailed copies of your charges that live inside a BigQuery database.
Question number 164. Which Google Cloud Platform predefined role only allows the user to view the current compute resources? And the options are Compute Viewer, Compute Security Admin, Compute Admin, Compute Browser. So the right answer here is option A, Compute Viewer. Predefined roles provide smaller sets of permissions for specific resources. For example, if a user needed to be able to inventory all the compute engine resources, you could grant them the compute viewer predefined role. This would only allow them to view the current compute resources. Question number 165. Which of the following statements about adding users in Google Cloud Platform is false? Option A, it is generally recommended that you avoid using basic roles, especially in production environments. Option B, you can manually create new user accounts. Option C, it is recommended to begin by assigning the maximum amount of permissions at first, then take unnecessary ones away later. Option D, you have full control over which permissions are granted to your users. So the right answer here is option C. When it comes to creating new user accounts, you have a couple of options. First, you can manually create them yourself. For large companies with hundreds and thousands of users, you may want to consider automating the process. Whichever option you choose, you have full control over which permissions are granted to your users. It's generally recommended that you avoid using basic roles, especially in production environments. It is recommended to start out assigning the minimum amount of permissions at first. Then you can add more later as required. Question number 166. The operating systems of some of your organization's virtual machines may have a security vulnerability. How can your organization most effectively identify all virtual machines that do not have the latest security update? Option A, view the Security Command Center to identify virtual machines running vulnerable disk images. Option B, view the Compliance Reports Manager to identify and download a recent PCI audit. Option C, view the Security Command Center to identify virtual machines started more than 2 weeks ago. Option D, view the Compliance Reports Manager to identify and download a recent SOC1 audit. So the right answer here is option A. View the Security Command Center to identify virtual machines running vulnerable disk images. Question number 167. Which Google Cloud product is designed to reduce the risk of handling personally identifiable information? And the options are Cloud Storage, Google Cloud Armor, Cloud Data Loss Prevention, Secret Manager. So the right answer here is option C, Cloud Data Loss Prevention. Your organization is migrating to Google Cloud. As part of that effort, it needs to move terabytes of data from on-premises servers to cloud storage. The organization wants the migration process to be automated and to be managed by Google. Your organization has an existing dedicated connect connection that it wants to use. Which Google Cloud product or feature should your organization use? And the options are Storage Transfer Service, Migrate to Anthos, BigQuery Data Transfer Service, Transfer Uplands. So the right answer here is option A, Storage Transfer Service. Question number 169. Your organization needs to analyze data in order to gather insights into its daily operations. You only want to pay for the data you store and the queries you perform. Which Google Cloud product should your organization choose for its data analytics warehouse? The options are Cloud SQL, Dataproc, Cloud Spanner, BigQuery. So the right answer here is option D, BigQuery. Question number 170. Your organization wants an economical solution to store data such as files, graphical images, and videos to access and share them securely. Which Google Cloud product or service should your organization use? And the options are Cloud Storage, Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, BigQuery. So the right answer here is option A, Cloud Storage. Question number 171. A hotel wants to modernize their legacy system so that customers can make reservations through a mobile app. What's the benefit of using an application programming interface to do this? Option A, they do not have to develop the end user application. Option B, they can deprecate their legacy systems. Option C, they can transform their systems to be cloud native. Option D, they do not have to rewrite the legacy systems. So the right answer here is option D. They do not have to rewrite the legacy system. Question number 172. An organization wants to develop an application that can be personalized to user performance throughout the year. Why should they build a cloud native application instead of modernizing their existing on-premises application? Option A, developers can rely on the cloud provider for all source code. Option B, developers can launch new features in an agile way. Option C, IT managers can migrate existing application architecture without needing updates. Option D, IT managers can accelerate capital expenditure planning. So the right answer here is option B. Developers can launch new features in an agile way. Question number 173. A retail company stores their product inventory in a legacy system. Often customers and products on the company's website and want to purchase them in store. However, when they arrive, they discover that the products are out of stock. How could the company benefit from using an application programming interface? Option A, to create a personalized product recommendation for customers. Option B, to optimize their on-premises legacy system stability. Option C, by manually linking each inventory system to the website on a case-by-case basis. Option D, by programmatically connecting the inventory system of their website. So the right answer here is option D, by programmatically connecting the inventory system of their website. Question number 174. In organizations, web developers and operations personnel use different systems. How will increasing communication between the teams reduce issues caused by silos? Option A, by assuming blame of failures and establishing consequences. Option B, by combining job roles responsibilities to ensure that everyone has started access. Option C, by increasing data encryption to strengthen workflows. Option D, by emphasizing shared ownership of business outcomes. So the right option here is option D, by emphasizing shared ownership of business outcomes. Question number 175. How does a large hotel chain benefit from storing their customer reservation data in the cloud? Option A, on-premises hardware access to transaction data. Option B, real-time data transformation at scale within an on-premises database. Option C, real-time business transaction accuracy to scale at scale. Option D, physical hardware access during peak demand. So the right answer here is option C, real-time business transaction accuracy at scale. Question number 176. After rolling out a new update, an organization found a minor bug in its online video game. How should the organization approach this bug while following SRE principles? Option A, accept and learn from the bug because failure is normal. Option B, accept and ignore the bug because it is only minor. Option C, hold a post-mortem to reprimand the employee responsible for the bug. Option D, document bug correction to eliminate all future bugs. So the right answer here is option A, accept and learn from the bug because failure is normal. Question number 177. Why do organizations often struggle to scale their on-premises application infrastructure? Option A, scaling compute instances could breach compliance and or regulation. Option B, increasing compute capacity is its time consuming and costly. Option C, their seamless compute functions struggle to meet the demand. Option D, their multi-cloud architecture is complex and expensive. So the right answer here is option B. Increasing compute capacity is time consuming and costly. Question number 178. An organization wants to use BigQuery data analytics to understand their website performance, but wants to move only some data into the cloud. Which environment should the organization use? The options are private cloud, on-premises, multi-cloud, hybrid cloud. So the right answer here is option D, hybrid cloud. Question number 179. What is logging within the context of cloud technology? Option A, writing application and operating system events as text. Option B, monitoring network and resource limitations. Option C, tracking source code across an organization. Option D, recording infrastructure and hardware expenditure. So the right answer here is option A, writing application and operating system events as text. Question number 180. How does Cloud SQL help organizations create business insights? Option A, integrates with business intelligence and analytics platforms. Option B, generates predictions using machine learning models. Option C, generates real-time charts and intelligent analytics. Option D, transforms business data from unstructured to structured. So the right answer here is Option A, integrates with business intelligence and analytics platforms. Question number 181. An organization recently launched a virtual customer support agent generating vast amounts of text and speech data. Why should they use a cloud data warehouse to interpret this data? Option A, to natively visualize both types of data using a dashboard in real time. Option B, to ingest and analyze structured and unstructured data at scale in real time. Option C, to secure data transmission between cloud and on-premises environments. Option D, to transform data from structured to unstructured. So the right answer here is option B, to ingest and analyze structured and unstructured data at scale in real time. Question number 182. An organization wants to add a new function to their application. They want to write the code and let the public cloud provider handle the infrastructure. Which infrastructure solution should they use? And the options are virtual machines, bare metal solution, serverless computing, container registry. So the right answer here is option C, serverless computing. Question number 183. An organization wants to leverage tooling and automation as part of its new DevOps philosophy. Which operational challenge will these resolve? Option A, repetitive manual tasks that hinder workflows. Option B, time consuming supervision of creative tasks. Option C, distribution and supply chain issues. Option D, defective technical equipment that limits innovation. So the right answer here is option A, repetitive manual tasks that hinder workflows. Question number 184. An organization needs to store structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data in its raw native format in the same repository. Which cloud data management solution should the organization use? And the options are data field, data lake, database, data warehouse. So the right option here is option B, data lake. Question number 185. An organization wants its user to validate a series of new features for their app. Why should they use App Engine? Option A, because their app is containerized and enabled by microservices. Option B, because the updated app will only include new features. Option C, to run different versions of the app for different users. Option D, to run different versions of the app for the same user. So the right answer here is option C, to run different versions of the app for different users. Question number 186. How would an organization benefit from using Locker? Option A, optimal identity and access management. Option B, leading serverless warehousing technology. Option C, robust data rollback accuracy. And option D, advanced business intelligence and analytics. So the right answer here is Option D. Advanced business intelligence and analytics. Question number 187. An organization delivers a protective healthcare service. They want to efficiently and automatically collect patient data. What should the organization encourage the patients to do? Option A. Use at home health screening devices and then upload their health data daily. Option B. Wear Internet of Things devices that upload their health data in real time. Option C. Self accesses their health data and then document and upload it in the real time. Option D. Visit a nurse who will use Internet of Things devices to collect and upload their health data. So the right answer here is option B. Wear Internet of Things devices that upload their health data in real time. Question number 188. An organization wants to introduce a new image recognition login system. What should the organization do to follow SRE principles? And the options are option A, roll out the new system to a subset of employees to test it out. Option B, roll out the new system to all employees to collect as much data as possible. Option C, avoid rolling out the new system because it may have security flaws. Option D, avoid rolling out the new system because it may violate privacy policy. So the right answer here is option A, roll out the new system to a subset of employees to test it out. Question number 189. A global organization is developing an application to manage payments and online bank accounts in multiple regions. Each transaction must be handled consistently in their database, and they anticipate almost unlimited growth in the amount of data stored. Which Google Cloud product should the organization choose? And the options are Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, Cloud Storage, BigQuery. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Spanner. Question number 190. An organization wants to use all available data to offer predictive suggestions on their website that improve over time. Which method should the organization use? And the options are data automation, trends analysis, machine learning, multiple regression. So the right answer here is option C, machine learning. Question number 191. How would a global organization benefit from managing the data with Cloud Spanner? Option A, Cloud Spanner is optimized for cloud storage. Option B, Cloud Spanner replicates data across regions in real time. Option C, Cloud Spanner is optimized to ingest unstructured data. Option D, Cloud Spanner visualizes and analyzes data in real time. So the right answer here is option B. Cloud Spanner replicates data across regions in real time. Question number 192. An employee receives an email from their internet service provider asking for their bank account number and password. Which cybersecurity threat is this? And the options are ransomware, distributed denial of service, spamming, phishing. So the right answer here is
Option D, phishing. Question number 193. An organization wants to move from a tactical cloud adoption approach to a transformational approach. How should they adopt the way they lead the organization? Option A, increase top-down visibility and foster a culture of blamelessness. Option B, shift from an operational expenditure model to capital expenditure. Option C, drive cloud adoption with an individual contributor focus. Option D, invest in on-premises infrastructure to redesign relationships between IT and employees. So the right answer here is option A, increase top-down visibility and foster a culture of blamelessness. Question number 194. Why is data stored in Google Cloud secure and private? Option A, data is encrypted by the Security Command Center. Option B, data is encrypted by Cloud Data Loss Prevention. Option C, data is encrypted by default. Option D, data is encrypted when an appropriate tag is applied. So the right answer here is option C, data is encrypted by default. Question number 195. An organization wants to use multiple marketing datasets to forecast user acquisition. How should they use cloud technology to gain new insights from the data? Option A, import the datasets into a custom data warehouse and then archive all data. Option B, import and selectively achieve the datasets in a custom data lake. Option C, separate the datasets and make predictions using machine learning. Option D, combine the datasets and make predictions using machine learning. So the right answer here is option D, combine the datasets and make predictions using machine learning. Question number 196. An organization wants to collect metrics and metadata from their cloud applications and put them into dashboards. Which Google Cloud tool should they use? And the options are Cloud Monitoring, Cloud Trace, Cloud Logging, Cloud Debugger. So the right answer here is option A, Cloud Monitoring. Question number 197. A manager wants to review Google Cloud data access among their employees. Who is responsible for defining data access policies? Option A, Cloud Identity. Option B, Google Cloud Customer Care Team. Option C, their organization's IT team. Option D, their organization's end users. So the right answer here is option C, their organization's IT team. Question number 198. An organization has decided to modernize their applications in the cloud to keep up with their customers' need. What may have prompted this business decision? Option A, their on-premises applications only auto-scale to meet demand. Option B, they want to change from pay-as-you-go model to a capital expenditure model. Option C, their source code changes erroneously without developer interaction. Option D, their on-premises applications take months to update and deploy. So the right answer here is option D. Their on-premises applications take months to update and deploy. Question number 199. An organization needs to categorize a large group of photographs using pre-trained machine learning. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? And the options are Vision API, BigQuery ML, AutoML Vision, Looker. So the right answer here is option A, Vision API. Question number 200. An organization provides a loyalty program for its customers. It recently partnered with other businesses so that customers can get loyalty points at a range of other stores. Why should the organization use application programming interfaces, APIs? And the options are option A, to migrate all partner data for disaster recovery. Option B, to analyze and publish loyalty program statistics to a dashboard. Option C, to personalize recommendations for loyalty card users. Option D, to connect third-party systems to ensure up-to-date information. So the right answer here is option D, to connect third-party systems to ensure up-to-date information. Question number 201. A travel agency wants to seamlessly share their social media content with partners. What should the organization use? Option A, a NoSQL database. Option B, Anthos config management. Option C, the App Engine standard environment. Option D, an application programming interface. So the right answer here is option D, an application programming interface API. Question number 202. How do out-of-the-box APIs make artificial intelligence and machine learning more accessible for all Google Cloud customers? Option A, they don't require technical specialists. Option B, they don't require data input and validation. Option C, they require fewer security permissions. And option D, they all require custom training models. So the right answer here is option A, they don't require technical specialists. Question number 203. An organization needs to migrate specialized workloads to the cloud while maintaining their existing complex licensing and architecture. What Google Cloud solution should the organization use? And the options are Compute Engine, Bare Metal Solution, Cloud Run, Cloud Functions. So the right answer here is option B, Bare Metal Solution. Question number 204. An organization finds the amount of cash in their vending machine doesn't match the value of the item sold. They have decided to upgrade their vending machine with cloud-based mobile payment systems. What should the organization benefit from these upgrade? Option A, they could relax data access permissions. Option B, they could reduce their error budget overspend. Option C, they could improve their perimeter security. And option D, they could view data history to see transactions. So the right answer here is option D. They could view data history to see transactions. Question number 205. A food delivery service needs access to real-time menu information from all partner restaurants. They also need to share customer order information with the restaurant in real time. What should the organization use? Option A, site reliability engineering. Option B, an application programming interface. Option C, a customized machine learning model. And option D, a multi-region database. So the right answer here is option B, an application programming interface.
Question number 206. An organization is planning to create many new applications and needs a system for managing and orchestrating their containers. Why should they use Google Kubernetes Engine? Option A, it enables rapid application deployment and testing. Option B, it optimizes virtual machine performance. Option C, it connects legacy systems to an application. And option D, it provides pre-written source code for application development. So the right answer here is option A, it enables rapid application deployment and testing. Question number 207. How does Google Cloud enable customers to leverage the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning? Option A, with scalable on-premises Tensor processing units. Option B, with APIs and tools for users at different levels of expertise. Option C, with affordable and scalable quantum computing. And option D, with machine learning models that always require custom training. So the right answer here is option B, with APIs and tools for users at different levels of expertise. Question number 208. An online retail organization wants to optimize their service. What is an example of unstructured data that they can use to make decisions? Option A, customer survey comments. Option B, seller location coordinates. Option C, product sales trends. And option D, warehouse inventory records. So the right answer here is option A, customer survey comments. Question number 209. An organization's public cloud provider failed to meet their SLA of 99.99% availability. What is the potential impact on the organization? Option A, the organization risk using up their error budget. Option B, renegotiation of the SLA to put less emphasis on uptime could be necessary. Option C, unexpected downtime could risk the loss of customers. And option D, all data stored in the database could be unacceptably lost. So the right answer here is option C. Unexpected downtime could risk the loss of customers. Question number 210. An organization needs to train a machine learning model to categorize photographs. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? Options are Video Intelligence API, Auto ML Vision, but BigQuery ML, Looker. So the right answer here is option B, Auto ML Vision. A multinational organization has decided to use public cloud services to modernize their IT infrastructure. What is one benefit of doing these? Option A, they can perform hardware maintenance outside of normal business hours. Option B, they can expect 100% service availability in all regions. Option C, built-in security is no longer required during data migrations. And option D, access to data and computer resources is not tied to a geographical location. So the right answer here is option D. Access to data and computer resources is not tied to a geographical location. An organization meets their service level objective SLO of 99.999% 5 nines. How much downtime do their end users experience per year? And the options are 5 minutes, 500 minutes, 5 hours, and 5 days. So the right answer here is option A, 5 minutes. An organization wants to introduce a new image recognition login system. What should the organization do to follow SRE principles? Option A, roll out the new system to a subset of employees to test it out. Option B, roll out the new system to all employees to collect as much data as possible. Option C, avoid rolling out the new system because it may have security flaws. Option D, avoid rolling out the new system because it may violate privacy policy. So the right answer here is option A, roll out the new system to a subset of employees to test it out. What does Cloud Debugger help an organization do? Option A, implement code updates in real time without affecting the service level objective. Option B, inspect source code in real time without affecting user downtime. Option C, manage code and accelerate application development. Option D, analyze live source code during user downtime. The right answer here is option B, inspect source code in real time without affecting user downtime. How can a streaming service meet global compliance requirements using the cloud? Option A, by automatically encrypting personally identifiable information. Option B, by obtaining a business license to operate a new market. Option C, by allowing users to disable auto factor authentication. Option D, by adhering only to data policies of the country in which the head office is registered. So the right answer here is option A, by automatically encrypting personally identifiable information. An organization wants full control of their virtual machine infrastructure for a custom homegrown application with a product that auto scales and automatically updates. Which Google Cloud product or solution should the organization use? And the options are Cloud Build, Cloud Run, Compute Engine, App Engine. So the right answer here is option C, Compute Engine. An organization wants to build an entirely new infrastructure and applications in the cloud. Which application modernization approach should the organization use? Option A, move the application to the cloud and then change it. Option B, change their application and then move it to the cloud. Option C, invent in greenfield. Option D, invent in brownfield. So the right answer here is option C, invent in greenfield. An organization wants to upskill their IT staff. How can they do these in a transformational way? Option A, prioritize training current employees instead of hiring new recruits with cloud experience. Option B, prioritize giving privileged access to third party partners and contractors to fill IT knowledge gaps. Option C, create a culture of self motivated, isolated learning with official training materials. Option D, create a culture of continuous peer to peer learning with official training materials. So the right answer here is option D, create a culture of continuous peer to peer learning with official training materials. Several departments in an organization are working together on a project. The organization wants to customize access to resources for each department. What is the quickest and most efficient way to achieve these? Option A, by mapping IAM roles to job functions for each department. Option B, by assuming
IAM primitive roles to each employee. Option C, by applying least privilege to roles for each employee. And option D, by creating a single shared service amount for all departments. So the right answer here is option A, by mapping IAM roles to job functions for each department. An organization notices that some of their cloud expenditures are too high. What should the organization do to control costs? Option A, streamline the hardware procurement process to reduce costs. Option B, share cost views with the departments to establish more accountability. Option C, change the cost model from operational expenditure to capital expenditure. Option D, ensure that all cloud resources are tagged with a single tag. So the right answer here is option B, share cost views with the departments to establish more accountability. What is monitoring within the context of cloud operations? And option A, observing cloud expenditure in real time to ensure that budgets are not exceeded. Option B, collect predefined and custom metrics from applications and infrastructure. Option C, tracking user activities to guarantee compliance with privacy regulations. And option D, tracing user locations to document regional access and utilization. So the right answer here is option B, collecting predefined and custom metrics from applications and infrastructure. An organization wants to create a new application in the cloud to replace an existing on-premises application. Which application modernization approach should the organization use? Option A, move the application to the cloud and then change it. Option B, change their application and then move it to the cloud. Option C, invent in greenfield. And option D, invent in brownfield. So the right answer here is option D, invent in brownfield. Why should an organization consider the total cost of ownership when moving from on-premises to the cloud? So the options are to evaluate error budget, to understand service level availability, to evaluate return on investments, or option D, to calculate required compute power. So the right answer here is option C, to evaluate return on investment. How does Google Cloud ensure that customers' data remains secure and private when at rest? Option A, by aggregating training data for customers within each industry. Option B, by automatically locking files containing suspicious code. Option C, by auditing platform privacy practices against industry standards. Or option D, by providing privacy reviews for critical customer applications. So the right answer here is option C, by auditing platform privacy practices against industry standards. An organization's developers are growing increasingly frustrated by the limitations of their on-premises infrastructure. How would they benefit from leveraging cloud technology? Option A, they can expect 100% service availability. Option B, they can avoid the limitations of serverless computing. Option C, they can have new tools to innovate and optimize resource usage. And option D, they can optimize maintenance for their on-premises infrastructure. So the right answer here is option C. They can have new tools to innovate and optimize resource usage. How is secure availability measured in the context of cloud technology? Option A, number of available regions. Option B, percentage of uptime. Option C, speed of response time. And option D, number of downtime incidents. So the right answer here is option B, percentage of uptime. An organization wants a cost-effective relational database. Which Google Cloud service should the organization use? And the options are cloud storage, BigQuery, Cloud SQL, or Dataflow. So the right answer here is option C, Cloud SQL. An organization is altering their gaming product so that it is compatible with cloud technology. What can they expect when moving from traditional technology to cloud technology? Option A, no change to existing responsibilities. Option B, a shift towards operational expenses. Option C, a shift towards using structured data. And option D, increased hardware maintenance. So the right answer here is option B, a shift towards operational expenses. When an organization adopts cloud technology, how does the total cost of ownership TCO shift? Option A, away from cost management towards capital expenditure. Option B, away from operational expenditure towards cost management. Option C, away from capital expenditure towards operational expenditure. And option D, away from operational expenditure toward capital expenditure. So the right answer is option C, away from capital expenditure towards operational expenditure. Which policy helps Google Cloud keep customers' data private? Option A, Google tests the service availability of customer applications. Option B, Google does not use customer data for advertising purposes. Option C, Google migrates customers' data to an offline server when a threat is detected. Option D, Google does not allow customers to change encryption keys. So the right answer here is option B, Google does not use customer data for advertising purposes. A cloud native organization is not meeting their service level objectives but has not exhausted their error budget. What should the organization prioritize? Option A, innovation to improve user experience. Option B, hardware reliability to improve availability. Option C, stability to avoid prolonged user downtime. And option D, speed to release new features. So the right answer here is option C, stability to avoid prolonged user downtime. An organization is moving away from an on-premises infrastructure. Instead, they want to create, access, and share information virtually in the cloud. What should the organization consider? Option A, built-in security when moving their data to the cloud. Option B, replacing their perimeter security with data encryption keys. Option C, optimizing cost management with a capital expenditure model. And option D, increased hardware capacity when moving their data to the cloud. So the right answer here is option A, built-in security when moving their data to the cloud. An organization has an on-premises IT infrastructure. The customer-facing application repeatedly fails during peak usage. What should be causing this issue? Option A, a serverless compute function struggles to scale. Option B, the application contains unclean data. Option C, they don't have enough servers to meet the demand. Or option D, the application is only configurable on premises. So the right answer is option C. They don't have enough servers to meet the demand. What is artificial intelligence? Option A, any system that ingests data in real time. Option B, any system that automatically structures data. Option C, any system capable of tasks that require smart analytics to generate predictions. Option D, any system capable of tasks that normally requires human cognition. So the right answer here is option D. Any system capable of a task that normally requires human cognition. What does cloud logging help an organization do? Option A, analyze live source code and log code updates. Option B, deploy infrastructure as a code. Option C, analyze logs and accelerate application troubleshooting. Option D, manage storage of custom VM images. So the right answer is option C, analyze logs and accelerate application troubleshooting. How is privacy defined in the context of cloud technology? Option A, restrictions on data access and sharing. Option B, procedures to authenticate user identity. Option C, susceptibility of data breaches and cyber attacks. And option D, compliance with regulatory standards. So the right answer here is option A, restrictions on data access and sharing. An organization wants to write and run small piece of code in a serverless way that responds to events like huge discounts. Which Google Cloud Compute solution should the organization use? The options are Google Kubernetes Engine, Cloud Functions, Bare Metal Solution, and Compute Engine. So the right answer here is option B, Cloud Functions. An organization wants to search hundreds of scanned documents for key information like dates, names, and other specific words. Why should the organization use application programming interfaces? Option A, to replace the scanned documents with an online survey. Option B, to ingest data in real time and encrypt unmatched words. Option C, to create digital versions of the documents and locate key information. And option D, to transform the documents into unstructured data. So the right answer here is option C, to create digital versions of the documents and locate key information. An organization needs a platform to create custom end-to-end artificial intelligence models. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? And the options are Data Proc, Compute Engine, Recommendations AI, Vertex AI. So the right option here is option D, Vertex AI. An organization is training a machine learning model to make predictions. What could improve the prediction accuracy of their model? An increase in storage capacity, higher network bandwidth, an increase in training data. Option D, faster CPU processors. So the right answer here is option C, an increase in training data. What is an example of structured data that a healthcare facility stored in their system? Option A, X-ray images. Option B, surgery video recordings. Option C, blood pressure history. And option D, physician written notes. So the right answer here is option C. Blood pressure history. An organization wants to move from a tactical cloud adoption approach to a transformational approach. How should they change their cloud security? Option A, provide staff identities using only Google Cloud authentication. Option B, provide multiple layer of network security using a zero trust model. Option C, emphasize strong perimeter security and trust in the private network. And option D, emphasize three main identity access management roles: owner, editor, and viewer. So the right answer here is option B, provide multiple layers of network security using a zero trust model. What can customers expect if their cloud provider doesn't meet their service level agreement SLA? Option A, increase in subscription fees. Option B, cloud service shutdown. Option C, refund for service interruption. Option D, error budget expansion. So the right answer here is option C, refund for service interruption. An organization wants to ensure that their developers can easily use application programming interfaces in future projects. Which Google product or solution should they use? And the options are application migration, AppHiki, the App Engine Flexible Environment, AppSheet. So the right answer here is option B, AppHiki. An organization needs frequent access to only a subset of their data. They want to reduce cost by depositing the rest of the data across nearline, cold line, and archive repositories. Which Google Cloud product should the organization use? And the options are file store, cloud storage, data catalog, cloud spanner. So the right answer here is option B, cloud storage. A customer service department wants to increase their operational efficiency while maintaining personalized dialogue with their customers. What Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? The options are recommendations AI, cloud identity, contact center AI, text to speech. So the right answer here is option C, contact center AI. An organization is struggling to keep up with the growth of their application, which is running in legacy infrastructure. What might be holding them back? Option A, the time it takes the serverless compute function to scale. Option B, the overreliance on platform as a service. Option C, inaccessibility of their data due to perimeter security. And option D, the cost of provisioning hardware for peak usage. So the right answer here is option D, the cost of provisioning hardware for peak usage. An organization wants to build auto-scaling web application without having to manage application infrastructure. Which Google Cloud product should they use? The options are Anthos, AppHiki, AutoML, App Engine. So the right answer here is option D, App Engine. What is an organization exclusively responsible for when they access an application through a software as a service SaaS model? The options are maintaining overall system operability, maintaining customer facing content, monitoring data center servers, and monitoring computer networks. So the right answer here is option B, maintaining customer facing content.
An organization needs to train a custom machine learning model to categorize customer responses from their website's contact form. Which Google Cloud product or service should the organization use? The options are Anthos, Recommendations AI, AutoML Natural Language, Pub Sub. So the right answer here is option C, AutoML Natural Language.